Good morning, good day and good evening. How you doing, ladies and gentlemen? On this very fine Monday. Hope you guys are doing good. Hope you had a good weekend. First one in today, none other than Mr. T-Bag. Second place we have Luasoft, and third we have Gamian. Cheers, Unformed. Welcome in, man. We also have Jin in here. We have not Chris. How you doing?
Time to stretch.
Ayo, welcome in. Stretch, let's do it. Oh, I see a stand-up incoming. Okay.
14 is forcing you to stand up
Let's
for
do
10
it.
minutes.
There we have it. So, Chirpy, how are you doing today? I'm doing quite fine. I am not late. I want to be very clear, I'm not late at all. Not whatsoever. I'm a bit tired. I didn't have the best sleep, and I also had a bit of stuff I had to sort out today. You know, some last-minute Christmas preparations and all of that stuff. Hence why I potentially, allegedly, I might be teeny bit late. But other than that, I'm doing quite alright. How are you guys? Hope you had a good weekend. Anyone had anything fun up this weekend? Unsub. It's obviously it's going to be a little bit of a shorter stream today. But I thought we might do a bit of art. I've finished most of the like bigger things that I'm currently working on in game. Still, one of the main things I really do need to do is to just sort out more content, like more puzzles and stuff. At some point, I think we're gonna start like decorating some more rooms, because basically all of the rooms that were not a part of the demo are a little bit more empty, not as decorated, so that is something we are gonna need to sort out eventually. We'll see, maybe we'll do a little bit of that today as well. But I also realized a few places where I need some new art, and we'll see. I'm probably gonna be streaming on Christmas, so maybe as a little... Last year, what did we do on Christmas last year? We played Undertale, that's what we did. So maybe this year we should keep the tradition and do a bit more of a gaming stream on Christmas. Maybe that would be a good place to potentially do some more point and click research maybe. Or we do another community game stream, we could do that as well. We'll see, I haven't fully planned it out, but you know, it's... oh yeah, I was gonna say, it's fortunate because Christmas doesn't line up with my schedule, but it does this year. It didn't last year. Because in Sweden, we are a bit of hipsters here, you know. We actually celebrate Christmas on the 24th, not on Christmas Day. We celebrate on Christmas Eve. So we'll see. I'm gonna say that I will not be live on the 24th. But we'll do a bonus stream on the 25th instead, so on actual Christmas. So in case if there's anyone who doesn't have as much planned for Christmas Day, then I shall be here. So, plans for today. I thought of a few things. Like I said, most of the puzzles and like objects we've been working on recently are finished. Let me do this. Let's do boom, let's jump straight into the game. First and foremost, if anyone hasn't, make sure to go and check out Shroud of Gloom on Steam. Make sure to wishlist it, play the demo, review the demo, all of that good stuff. Hamster Hammer, welcome in, man. I'm doing quite well, how are you, Hamster? How was your weekend? Gonna stream with a Christmas hat on though, right? Yeah, probably, I did last year, so might as well do it this year. As long as I can find it, I should be able to find it. It should be somewhere in this apartment. We haven't looked at Grim Fandango in a while. That is true, and it is a game that I do want to continue as well. The only unfortunate thing is that I don't think Grim Fandango is that good from like a research perspective. It's a fun game to play, and I do want to play it more, but I don't think it's something where... I don't know, I can't relate it a lot to my game, because they are very different. I wasn't here last time, no worries. So, what are we doing? Well, one thing I thought, this is a very tiny thing, but one room that actually is in the demo, but which is really quite undecorated, is, of course, the hallway, right? And obviously this is a hallway, so there's not that much things to do, but there are small things, like maybe we should put some tiny little painting on the wall here, and then maybe the bigger one would be trying to throw a little rug in here. I would need a custom rug for this layout, but I think that could be nice. And another thing I thought of is on the outside, I made it so you can interact with the car, and I might actually make it so that you, when the first cutscene ends, you're still sitting in the car, but in front of the manor. But that means we need a new perspective, right? Like, if you get into the car, I can't just enable the car and see this, because that means the car has moved, which feels weird. So I need to make a new perspective of, like, the outside area. So I think that's what we're gonna start off with, do a bit of artsy stuff. That's because you haven't finished the game yet. That might be the case. That might be the case. It's very possible that it's gonna... it could have more things later on that are similar. However, I do think my point kind of stands, because let's see here, where's this? Grim Fandango. If I have played this game for 11 hours and there hasn't been like almost a single thing that's relatable to my game, I kinda feel like, you know, from a research perspective, there's probably games that are a bit more valuable to play, if you know what I mean. Because if you take something like the Rusty Lake games or Forgotten Hill, for example, where is it? Do I not have my... here, point and click. Like, these other point and click games are almost entirely related, or relatable, or whatever you want to call it, to my game. Nonetheless, though, once again, I'm not saying that we're not gonna finish Grim Fandango. I do want to play it. I still very much enjoy the game. I'm just making the argument that from like a research perspective, it might not be the most applicable one. Damn, subbed for 11 months, so I missed it by 1 month. Shady James, welcome in, man, with the 3-stream streak. Look at that, how you doing, man? Hope you had a good weekend. So yeah, I did start a little bit trying to put something together. So if you would get into this car, another thing we might need to do... oh, shit, I think we need to be able to open the car door. So we're gonna need a new perspective on the door as well. And then maybe clicking here is so that you get into the car, get out of the car. Boom, boom, maybe. But yeah, the car is basically, I would say, in front of this window, right? So I did start trying to set up a new scene, and I feel like this might work. I did also test it, like, if we would enable the car on top of this. I feel like this kind of makes sense. Like, if you stand here and you get into the car and then you're presented with this, right? I feel like that can work, but obviously we have some problems here, mainly in terms of, like, you know, we don't have the actual objects, so I think that's what we are going to start with. And since these won't be interactable, I think I'm going to be a bit lazy and quite literally just copy-paste this. We're just gonna do it like on the actual sprite. I suppose the only issue with that is this. How much of a perfectionist do I want to be? Because theoretically, this means that someone could smash the window And then when I move over to this scene, the window is no longer smashed. Like, this is such perfectionism, it's actually insane. Is anyone gonna notice that? Someone probably is. People like smashing windows in my game. It is something that has been fairly obvious. Fine, maybe I should do it in-game, because then if I use these as actual props in the game, it might be easier to move them. And on top of that, I could actually make it synced with the other window. It's not really difficult to get it right. And if anything, it's more flexible if I later want to move the window, compared to if I save it on this right. I actually don't know. Let me sit down. Make it so that if you open the car door, it has a very creepy sounding creaking like car from the 70s had. If I see a window without bars next to a window with bars, I'm going to assume that I should be able to break in and get in. Or something will smash it and come get me. Yeah, it's less so about having the bars, more so like if the actual windows, because you know how you can break these windows? Since this technically now wouldn't be the same object, this is the one after you get into the car wouldn't be smashed. Like, so if someone smashes this and then gets into the car, this window is gonna look like this one. Obviously, this is a very minute detail that I think 90% wouldn't even notice, but it wouldn't be that tricky to get it right if I wanted to. So I don't know if maybe I should make this with in-game objects anyway. One nice little thing though is that we can see that our little seasonal decoration in the game is actually working correctly. Now when we get close to Christmas, this little, it used to be like a little pot here, it actually turns into a little Christmas tree. I think I did like 5 or 6 different ones depending on like what season or holiday you play the game in. Just as a fun little detail. The tricky thing is that we want to see some stuff from this scene as well. But some of this would be blocked, I imagine. I don't actually really know what the perspective would be like here. It probably would... It might not even be blocked, to be honest. Because what? The center is about here, which does make it so we cannot see this wall, right? And if anything, that wall should be leaning a bit inwards here, but not by a lot. Like, it wouldn't be this. I think we would almost see the entire wall. Like, I imagine that in reality it would be something like this. Okay. I think I'm gonna make this scene in-game so that it's easier to move stuff around. Oh, one neat thing is that I was gonna say we should just flip the mailbox to see the other side, because otherwise it's gonna look weird. Then Dot is gonna move instead. It's tough being this fucking detail-oriented, man. It ain't easy, that's all I'm saying. Fortunately, we don't see the seasonal decoration. I think it's mainly... It's gonna be the window, the mailbox, potentially this one, the broom or rake or whatever, and this window. That is Why is there one white pixel there? That can't be right. Did I accidentally do that now? I think that should be transparent. You know what, I'm gonna fill it in. Sure. You just need to become a professional pedant. I think I already am. Yeah, I don't think we should cut off the mailbox either. I don't think that makes sense. From a perspective. As in like doing the mailbox like this, you know. Because that would mean that this wall continues all the way here or something. Which means that this is like the true form of the house, and that makes no sense. I think this would be almost straight or whatever, right? Like, since we are situated like here, maybe like a few pixels in, but nothing more than that. So I don't think I'm gonna take that too much into account. I'm wondering if I should just save this and then I play around with the other stuff. Almost none of the ground is going to be visible. Maybe one thing we could do, which could actually make this look a bit better, is maybe turn this a little bit darker. Not that it's technically in my palette, but I think that's gonna sell the depth a little bit better. You know, if we did something like that. Sure. Let's see if we can make the car. Let's see, how do I want to do this? I'm going to... I'm gonna duplicate you here. Because I could make it so just clicking the car makes you go in. Maybe that's fine. I don't know if I need to actually open the door. All that is going to do is force the player to do yet another click. Like, I think if you click the car, we fade out and we play the footsteps, and then like during that fade out we play the sound effect of you opening and closing the door. That might be fine. The only thing that would be a little bit inconsistent is the fact that normally whenever you have a like exit, you get the arrow, right? That's a perfectly shaped arrow, which you wouldn't... Oh no, you might actually get that here as well. Yeah, I think it's fine. I'm gonna try not animating the door. Not because I'm lazy. I am, however, going to do this. I'm gonna make a new version of the mailbox in a different perspective. I'm drawing on the wrong layer. So, do you guys have anything fun planned for Christmas? Let's do something like that. We're gonna save that as well. Let's see here. Mailbox. Sure. And then we have outside areas. I'm gonna grab this. That did not go as planned. Let's see, how do I want to do this? Trying to launch my demo on the 27th, so I'm probably going to be working between eating and opening presents. Damn, that's exciting, hamster. Do you have a link for it? Do you want to share the link? Great Grievance, welcome in, man. How you doing? In an interview? Be back soon, no worries, man. I wonder though, I think I messed up my car here somehow. Because the car should already be interactable, and this is not. I wonder if I did that in the demo scene, and then I forgot to save it. Is that what I did? Fuck. Okay, so this is definitely one of the disadvantages with working on multiple scenes using prefabs, because I think I have accidentally reverted or overridden changes from another scene. That is a bit annoying. I don't know if I'm gonna structure the next demo build differently, potentially. Maybe... I should try and... I don't only want to use a flag for the demo. But maybe do some fancy stuff with conditional compilation or something. Maybe. You're going to have some folk do some QA testing this week? Okay, nice. Sammy the Hammer, welcome in, man. How you doing? Okay, so I think I'm gonna need to redo this. So... car. I'm going to... Oh, that's the entire thing. Okay. Do I even use the non-lit layer? I don't, so I can actually remove you. Mother Sheep with the raid, welcome in, man. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Big shout out to Mr. Mother Sheep, yet another game developer on twitch.tv. Go and check him out if you haven't, ladies and gentlemen. He recently released his game, the full version of Faith in Despair. So go and check this out while you're at it. Terrock, welcome in. Render Punch, good to see ya. Cornet Theory, nice to have ya. And Mr. Mother Sheep, how you doing, man? For anyone coming in, if you don't know me, I go by Mad Chirpy, and I'm working on this point-and-click puzzle horror game called Shroud of Gloom, which we recently released a demo for. So if you're interested, here's a little trailer for ya. There we have it. If I get raided from Mothership stream while I was also already watching Chappy, did I dupe myself? I mean, you do show up as a raider for me. You see this? Raider from Mothership, so I mean, technically, I do suppose that is the case. To enjoy watching on new content like a mad scientist, the best face of game dev, if you ask me.
The community to a marble race.
Let's do it! Good stuff, Mothership. Yeah, I do enjoy working on content. It's a little bit more... I don't know how to say it. It's not as... You don't have that much of a flow when all of the content isn't like entirely planned out. Like, it's nice now because working on content in this game is actually fairly quick. Like, the way I've made the systems like modular and stuff, it's fairly easy for me to make new content. But then I need to continuously like stop to actually come up with the new content, and I feel like that's the thing that actually takes the most time. But I do very much enjoy it. Okay, I love the fly ending, cheers man. They should just live in a house without gloom in it, true. I enjoy a good gloom. But ladies and gentlemen, before we continue with all of this productiveness, yeah. We are going to run a little marble race in yet another game about marbles. A little side project we started quite a while ago. I mean, I haven't touched it in ages, but it works decently. Luasoft as the challenger. Do you have a preferred map? Plinko? Let's do it. The Giga Plinko, which is nothing but 6 Plinko sections in a row. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want some marbles, type !join in the chat. Marbles of Gloom. Bjarne, welcome in as well, good to have ya. As the new tradition goes, we are also going to start a little prediction here, whether or not you think that Luasoft, the challenger, will win or not. God kväll, how you doing man? IPO, good to see ya as well. Mothership do this with Lacrima? Yeah, you should do a Lacrima racing game. How do I get more balls? At the moment, everyone gets 5 marbles and subscribers get 10. So there's a slight advantage for subscribers. I mean, I say slight, it's, you know, that twice as likely to win, but... That is why you might see some people get more marbles than others. How is this physically possible? The rotating beams are longer than the walls? No, because this is in a 3D space. So the thing that you're missing here, IPO, is that the walls, you know how you basically, you see it like this, right? And then you see these spinners and you're like, what? They go outside of the wall? That doesn't make no sense. But if you would look at this from like a side perspective, the walls are actually cut out in the middle, right where it like reaches outside. So, you know, it all makes perfect sense. Don't even try me, don't even try me. We have like 20 seconds left in the prediction. Currently we have 5.3 thousand on the challenger, only 2.3 against the challenger. People are actually believing in this time. I'm totally going to win. Cornet is confident. All a matter of perspective, exactly. Had to get my team point out for this one. Okay, the prediction is over. Ladies and gentlemen, we had a lot of believers. We have 69% betting on the challenger winning. That is nice. So, if anyone else wants to join the race, type !join in the chat, otherwise we're gonna be starting in a few seconds. Going into the massive Giga Plinko. Boom Trout, welcome in, man. Here we go. We have Cornet actually taking a pretty good route, taking the lead in the beginning, but we have Terrock first into the second Plinko section. But might not have the lead for long as Luasoft, the challenger, takes the lead for a second going into the third section out of 6. The battle between T-Bag, Mothersheep and David here. The thing is that who gets here first doesn't matter too much because most of the time they bounce up. David first into the 5th Plinko section. Cornet Theory, Boontrout, Mothersheep, Bjarne is slowly catching up, but David is taking a pretty good route so far. First into the very last section, but can he keep it up? That is the question. I think the answer is yes, as David is closing in on the finish line. Bjarne close second. Third we have IPO, then the double Terrock, Tammy the Hammer, Boomtrout, T-Bag, IPO and Mr. Mothersheep. Which means, unfortunately, the challenger did not even end up on the leaderboard. Although they had 69% of the channel points. The points will be split amongst the non-believers. Let's see who lost into the goalies, aka second winner. Looks like a battle between Mothersheep and IPO. But I think Mothersheep is going to take the second win. Looks like that is indeed the case. As Mothersheep enters the finish line. That is every marble in the goal, so like I said, the channel points will be divided amongst the non-believers this time. Unfortunate, but it happens. So with that, we're going to end the prediction and get back to work. Thanks for playing, as always. RIP, I missed marbles. Welcome back, Grievance. Hope you're doing good, man. I've lived my whole life training to be a marble. You did have the lead for a bit there, Cornet. I don't think I was on screen once. 6th is best I've done, GG. Woohoo, what me prize? Your prize, Mr. David, is claps. Good job. I'll get him next time. I saw my name twice, how is that possible? Because everyone gets a bit of extra marbles for the fun of it, so this race we had 5 marbles by default, 10 for subscribers. 500 plus applications for 2 qualified candidates. I'll be doing good if they accept offers, damn. Okay, so I want to see if we can get into the car, which means that we are gonna need to change this into a interactable object. And this time I'm going to say, I'm gonna make this an exit, which might be a bit weird, but that is what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna say this is always successful. I'm also going to check always interactable. I'm not going to raycast the alpha pixels, we don't need to do that. What I'm gonna do is do exit on click, direction, I don't know, do I want to point left here? Yeah, probably. And we should be entering, in that case we don't need to enter direction override. We don't want the footstep override either. Key is used for room, exit dictionary, defaults to parent if null, that is fine. That is fine. So that should really be all I need. However, I don't know if you're gonna... I will see. I'm just gonna leave this for now. So, entrance, here we have exits. Now the car is technically another exit. So the door is going to be the car. Let's name this car. And the room is what we don't have. So what I'm gonna do is we are going to go out of here. And I think what... how do I want to do this? The easiest way might actually be to duplicate this scene. I think so. I'm gonna duplicate this room and I am going to unpack that prefab. And then I'm gonna call this, I don't know, outside car. Sure. And now we're gonna start playing around a little bit. So, outside base. This is going to change into this one. Because we need a new perspective. Then I think there's a fair amount of stuff here that we can get rid of. I don't think anything on the ground is going to be visible, so we're gonna delete all of the leaves. I think we're gonna keep the rake. I'm going to... I'm gonna move this window here, delete that one. Get rid of the leaf pile. I'm gonna keep this exit for now. So to the right takes you to outside entrance, yes. That is what we want. I was surprised to even have one marble, I thought I'd lost them all. This looks like an excellent game for the Virtual Boy. Virtual Boy? Where's that? Have I heard of this? Oh, I think I've seen this. Yeah, I have seen this. This came up, we talked about this, it's a long time ago, but I remember this. This is some... Wasn't this like some early attempt at VR by Nintendo or something? Wait, for Nintendo Switch? Oh wait, do they have a new one? I thought, wasn't this like an old one? Yeah, 1995, Nintendo Virtual Boy. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, look at this. Just add a red overlay to my game and it basically looks like this. Virtual Boy. Easy peasy. It was just binocular 3D. They brought it back. What is up, Devious Oatmeal, man? How you doing? I had a knockoff version that only partially covered one eye. Maybe should I do some like very, very slight hue on the game? I've actually been thinking about whether I potentially should play around a bit with like the post-processing, because I don't know if I played around with this enough. It's very possible that we could do some cool stuff here that I just haven't looked at, because we can add more as well, right? There's a ton of stuff here. Motion blur, that's what everyone likes, isn't it? vignette. I can't even see it. Oh, yeah, I can. I don't know why I would have this. Okay. Let's stop playing around with that. But I think it's something that could be worth looking into more at some point. Okay, let's have a look here. So now we do need to position this correctly. I think I'm just gonna move this entire room and then enable the outside left and have a look. Let's see. This is positioned so the window is one away from that one with the gap. Yeah, sure. So mailbox, rake, window, barrel. You... But then we're gonna have to move this up as well. Where was this? Like here or something? I think that is right. But then we need to move them all up. The mailbox should be just below that line. Mailbox, rake, barrel, window. You should be here. Okay, and then we need a new perspective on the mailbox. And I realize now that we don't need the barrel nor the rake, because those are basically not going to be visible. The only thing that is going to be weird is that technically this window should be slightly smaller. I don't know if I can be bothered, but like technically speaking it should be smaller. I wonder if we can maybe do a cheat here and just make it a bit darker and call it a day, potentially. Usually, you know, darker pixels appear smaller, so it might work. Okay, let's delete the rake as well as the barrel. Let's actually see if we can get the car here as well. Let's add a new... I wonder if I should actually go into the outside scene, or the intro scene for this. Car objects. I feel like we just duplicate this entire thing. And we paste you here. That window is going to be partially covered anyway, so I don't think it matters that much. I still think maybe it should be a bit darker though. I wonder if I should actually do this instead. Get rid of that. Save this normally. And then what we're gonna do is just manually add a... I'm just gonna call this shadow or something. So you can be non-lit. I'm going to make you completely black and then see if we can somewhat position you correctly here. Don't want to cover that pixel line. But we do want to cover it... I might cover those as well, to be honest. I don't even know if those are visible, but... So, I'm gonna assume 10.5, maybe 30, 5, 9. Let's see, is that pixel perfect? Doesn't look like it. But neither does that. That's fine. Okay, so I'm gonna do that, and then we're just gonna lower the opacity. So now everything there is going to be a bit darker. I feel like it does sell the depth a little bit more. Like Obra Dinn. Oh yeah, Obra Dinn does have a hue, doesn't it? I haven't actually played it. It's on my wishlist. Yeah. It has like, what is this? Like a greenish hue? It's like a, I don't know, greenish, brownish. The only thing that makes this not work as well for my game, when like everything has it, is that it doesn't seem as dark. And I think, you know, our game being a horror game, I feel like we benefit a bit more from the actual darkness. Like, you still understand that there's more light here than there is here, but yeah, this game does look really good. Excuse me? Why are you here? Go away. Motion blur and screen shade, best ever. I don't mind screen shade too much. Personally, I think screen shade is fine. Motion blur, I'm not a huge fan of. But I have quite a lot of these effects that I don't really mind. I feel like motion blur might be one of the few. Like, I don't really mind bloom, I don't really mind certain, like, you know, VCR effects or like film grain effects. Like, that stuff usually doesn't really bother me. Motion blur can definitely bother me. Just checked my Claude year in review. I used 2.1 billion tokens this year. I am the problem. Fucking hell, that's quite a lot. What is that? But what is a token in Claude? Is that like a prompt? Because that is fucking insane if that's the case. Or like... No, it can't be a prompt. What, is that some like computing power thing? Like, what does tokens mean in this context? There's definitely a good case for making your game's brightest color an off-white, yeah. I think that might actually be right. I think it could add some... Like, it could make it look a bit more interesting if we had something slightly off-white. I still think I would want it bright, but potentially just slightly off-white. The only thing is, in that case, we need to change that for a lot of stuff. I mean, everything in-game is kind of fine, because I could just use the color filter on it, but then I would have to like manually, because if I make this off-white, I feel like the capsule art and stuff should be off-white as well. Tokens in general are a measure of compute usage. They're like parts of a word, okay. Work usage or personal? Or both? Both, but that's just Claude. I pay for a couple other models as well. I do pay for GPT at the moment, but I don't know if I feel like I actually use it enough nowadays to warrant it. I probably should cancel that one, to be honest. I don't know, do they still have a... is there anyone here that uses ChatGPT without a subscription? Is it still like an issue with... Because I think the thing that really annoyed me was partly when you like ran out of... like when you couldn't get more prompts. Like the like better model or whatever that you might get out of it. I don't know if I... Like, most of the stuff I do now, I don't know if I even need that for. I don't know. Would be interesting. I wonder I wonder how many prompts I do per week. Do they have data on that? Can I see that somewhere? I don't know if I can. Oh, they have data on it. Can you see it is another question? Yeah, that's probably fair. Yeah, they probably know exactly. The question, as you said, is whether or not they allow me to see it. I don't think so. I can't see anywhere where it would allow me data controls. And it would be quite interesting to see. I just get at least something rough, like roughly how many prompts I do or something like that, or compute usage or whatever. Yeah, at a quick glance, I can't say it seems like they share that. I'm dropping my GPT subscription, I think it's trash. I like the model, but the app is so bad, I'm over it. Do you mean like the phone app? I'm selling my soul to Google now with the same cost subscription. How you doing? I'm doing quite well. I'm a bit tired, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't sleep great, but other than that, I'm doing quite alright. How are you, Lupo? Did you have a good weekend? Do you use Grok? No, I actually haven't really used any AI other than ChatGPT. I mean, unless you count the Google search AI that like automatically pops open. I guess I have looked at that one at some point. But it's not like I actively or directly use it, if that makes sense. I don't know, the thing is like nowadays, I just don't use AI that much in general. Like I definitely use it, right? But I mean more so like compared to, say when I first started getting into programming and stuff, I definitely used it way more. The desktop app, the web app, the phone app, the API doesn't give me access to latest models, so screw them. I also have like Gemini's coding better, but I don't have a lot of examples to work from. I'm just talking UX, okay. I think it's probably fair to say that there's, because I think whenever you have a model like ChatGPT that's broad in usage or in use cases or whatever, there's probably always going to be something that's better, right? Like a more niche one, like if you take code for example, like if you have an AI specifically trained on coding, that's probably gonna do better coding than a general one, right? I mean, I guess the argument as well is the company behind it. If the general one has way more funding and stuff, maybe they can still make it better, but I don't know. I'm kind of talking up my arse here, to be honest, so. I've learned that Nintendo resolution is 4x4 pixels. Do you mean that each pixel is 4x4? Thanks, Google Gemini. I use it extensively, but in a very contextualized, agentic manner. So what do you use it for, Grievance? Do you do the senior developer thing where your AI is just your junior developer? Give him like the, I don't know. I don't even know what to call it. You know what I mean. Or how do you tend to use AI? Nowadays, I feel like I mainly use AI for brainstorming. Like sometimes it's nice to just throw a prompt to the AI and be like, can you give me 50 examples that I can just scroll through and like, just to try and get my mind going, you know? I feel like that's a big part of what I use AI for. And then I guess sometimes I do it as a fancy Google search as well. There's definitely some of those prompts where I could have just Googled it, if you know what I mean. Tateparts North, welcome in, man. Ottershine with the 3-stream streak, let's go, man. Appreciate ya. Google has already invested a ton in speech recognition and browser automation too, so I have more faith that AI tools will progress in a more useful way than OpenAI. Was a joke because Google search one gives very bad answers famously. Yeah. I think I've only tried like actually corresponding with it or whatever once, and that was horrendous. To be fair though, ChatGPT can be horrendous too sometimes. Like, they can be so stubbornly incorrect, but so stubbornly and confidently incorrect. Do you know what I mean? Louis, welcome in. I hope you're doing good. I'm the junior dev and the AI is the senior. Yeah, that's what I used the AI for in the beginning, definitely. Okay, so none of this stuff should be interactable. So I think what we're gonna do is just get rid of this stuff. We're gonna get rid of interactable, this stuff. All of these scripts that we don't need, just get rid of them, get them out of here. And then this one, I would like to flip you as well. You're supposed to have this perspective now. That makes way more sense. And then the window, I wonder... I'm going to completely unpack you. And then we're gonna do the same thing here. Window frame, we're gonna remove all of this stuff. Interactions, we don't need you. Let's try and be a bit responsible here and actually remove the stuff we don't want. Window frame, non-interactable. I guess that sets the default color. I don't need it. Screw you. Or maybe I do. No, I don't. It's fine. Crimson Head Cutie Pie. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hey, I'm out. Gotta hit a hey. No worries, Corner. Thank you very much for hanging out. And I hope to see you another time, man. OpenAI gives me a robot to talk to, and I like the robot, but the interface is so bad I've given up on it. I use it for brainstorming, then I turn the idea into a big plan, then I turn the big plan into small plans. Then I send agents off to do simple background tasks while I architect and coordinate. Then I use it for tab completion and refactors. Also use it for writing tests and simulations. All that say, I stay on top of it like a vicious overlord. Yeah, I definitely think for me brainstorming is like the... that is definitely the big thing. Okay, that looks good. I did the same with the mailbox. And then now I'm gonna keep the other sprites, so if we want to go overboard, we could actually make these updates. So when you smash this window, we tell it to basically also update this window to smashed. I might skip it, because I don't think anyone is gonna notice. And like, even if they do notice, I doubt they're gonna be like, yeah, game is unplayable. We'll see, I might change my mind. You never know. No, but the window is barely even visible. I think it's fine. But oh shit, we do need another window here. We are missing one window, that's for sure. So, window outside. I'm gonna duplicate you. And then I'll switch this other scene into the entrance scene and see where are you placed. Let's try and make this line up. See, you covered that pixel, so you should probably be like here. And then you're aligned with that one. So over here then. I think that looks good. I feel like this makes more sense. So if this is what you see normally and then you get into the car, we're not gonna move the car over here because that's weird. Instead we're gonna switch it to this scene. The window needs to move. You should be right here. There we go. Okay, let's see if that works. Outside car, I'm gonna reposition you. Room floor. That one's gonna be interesting. Dumb waiter? No, that's not gonna work. Room size. What did I do here? Oh, car. I actually made one for the car. Room size car. Perspective. Do I have that? What did I do here? Standard. I guess I keep it. Technically, it should be close up, but. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need to do something where we maybe disable the flashlight automatically. We'll see. Let's just see whether this even works or not. Nice to meet you. I'll check out the game. Thank you very much, Cornet. Really love the Shroud and Gloom demo. I was impressed with how much atmosphere you're able to squeeze into a 2D point-and-click game. Thank you so much, Crimson. That does mean a lot. I'm very happy that you liked it. Make sure to leave a review as well if you have the time. It means a lot to me. My boss hasn't said anything about my AI build yet, so... Agmotic, good to see you, man. First team review, what the fuck is up with this Windows? 0 out of 10, yeah, I imagine. So I'm a bit behind chat here. I got my last month for ChatGPT free and I'm stoked. Wait, what? How? 10 hours of work today and I want to do more. Damn, Wakacha. Wakacha be grinding, eh? Don't make it weird. You know why you've been working. Shut up. Anyway, hope you're doing good. Any devs in here that do 2D animation? I'm having workflow issues that's causing me to double up on work. What is the issue? I can't say that I deal too much with 2D animation. I mean, obviously I do it, right? But if you actually think about it, the vast amount of like content in this game has like basically no actual animations. Except for like the programmatic ones, like the little shaking here. But that's not, I don't really call that a animation. Otherwise most is like this, right? Just sprite swaps. June tree, yeah. Our little seasonal decoration here, it does seem to work. I don't know if there's something about the base. I don't know if I should do something more interesting here. It doesn't feel grounded. I wonder if making that darker might just be enough. Like it's in a bit of shadow. That might actually help. Because it would be as well. I do think that looks better. I think so. Oh, go to cancel your ChatGPT subscription and let give you a month for free. That's at least what happened a month ago. Interesting. Can you abuse that? Not saying that I would or will. I'm just like, hypothetically speaking. Does that mean that you can just pay for every other month? Probably not. I do suppose they have some check for like how long you've been subscribed or whatever. I don't think that works. I think I forgot to set up all of the connections. Yeah, we don't have a room. This should be outside car. If we go in here, we go to outside entrance. Yep. Can I click on that one though? I probably can't. No, you need to be here. Let's have a go at that again. I do some pixel sprite animation, but my way is so dumb and slow. That's why I feel like the main thing is for me as well. Like, I can do it, but if I would try to do, especially something like organic or whatever, like if I'm gonna animate a like human doing something, like that would take me fucking ages. I also just struggle a bit with anatomy. But it's like, obviously I have some sprite animations, like this one. But like, obviously a very, very simple one. And non-organic, which makes it a lot easier. That is an issue. The backlights light up the background as well. Well, the backlight shouldn't even be on. I could be lazy and just disable those. Because I don't know, maybe if we should even end the intro with this scene. Something else I would need to do though is make it so that all of these pointers are down or whatever. I don't know if I want the player to click out of the car the first time though. Like if we do the driving scene, maybe fade out, we do the... Do I want to use this in the intro? It looks kinda neat. My issues with 2D animation is that when I animate in the engine, I have no way of exporting that work, as far as I know, with a transparent background for marketing material. So now I'm making the same animation in my drawing software just for the GIF. Yeah. But do you rig animations? Like it's non-pixel art? Is it rigged? Is that why you're doing it in engine? Spreadsheet animation but also puppeting? Okay. I'm rigging and I'm using sprite sheets. Unity's can record just a character. Oh really? I've never thought about that. The Unity recorder is nice though, this little thing. For taking GIFs and that kind of stuff. Do we have ads incoming? Twitch didn't tell me we have ads incoming, but my banner says we have ads incoming. I think we might have ads incoming. Sorry if that's the case. Appreciate your patience. Obviously we would need a new sound effect for like the footstep here. Sounds a bit weird, it sounds like there's gravel inside of the car. I wonder if I should move this entire thing a bit. Like, move the steering wheel a bit to the left. Center it a bit more. We'll see. Riven Main, welcome in, how you doing? Was that red in the mirror? It's supposed to be the backlights. It looks good in the intro, but yeah, unfortunately, this is kind of one of the issues with 2D lighting systems or whatever. Here it lights up the background, so I think what I might do here... Oh, yeah, I don't know if we can use the flashlight in here. Because it's also fucking weird lighting up the entire mirror. Like, imagine this horizon or whatever. Horizon, that's what you call it. Horizon, that was fucking swindlish if I've ever heard it. That's probably what, like fucking 200 meters away? This flashlight manages to light that up through the fucking mirror. Yeah, I think I would do something where we automatically disable the flashlight while you're in the car. That is what I do in the intro anyway. I don't actually even know why the lights are on in the first place. Because the lights aren't on here. That is a bit weird. I quite literally duplicated this scene. Why did it decide to turn the lights on? Or maybe they are just oh yeah, maybe I couldn't see them. Yeah, they are on. I think, yeah, do I disable them from code? Yeah, because of course I made a fucking spaghetti class here that handles the entire intro. Yeah, car lights. So that handles everything. Of course that's what I did. Can't you just add a see-through plane to it? without unlit materials? I don't know. I know it's hacky, but that's the way I fix my leaking lights. Add a see-through plane to it without unlit... Oh, with unlit material. The thing is that I'm not even entirely sure if that works, because then... Oh, you mean... I see what you mean. I don't think so. Because that would be like this. Material none, so this is technically unlit. Well, maybe do I need this to explicitly be unlit? Yeah. I don't think that, unfortunately, makes any difference. What the fuck are these? Oh, that's the stars from the intro. Okay, we definitely have some more tweaks here we need to do. Car objects. First of all, car lights. Let's disable those. Let me also disable the intro cutscene in the background. Thank you. Those we could still have, sure. Okay, so that's more what it should look like. Oh, Ad, sorry about that, Wakacha. Oh yeah, the car is unlit as well. Yeah, I think I'm going to... disable most of the UI in here. Like the flashlight and stuff. But overall, I feel like the scene looks kinda good. I have a question to the game developer, fellas. I don't have any light source on the scene. And I can still see. Yeah, that might be because you have unlit materials. Because if the materials are unlit, then it doesn't matter whether you have lights or not. Like, you don't need to use a light system. Ad should be over. Welcome back, guys. Where does the light come from? In my case, I have the Unity 2D light system. So these are like 2D light spotlights or whatever. Same thing. This is just a 2D light component following my cursor. In the outside sections here, I also have a faint global light, which is supposed to, like, you know, emulate fucking moonshine or whatever. So it's not completely dark. I do think in general that if you haven't done anything with light, I'm gonna assume that you have like unlit materials, and in that case it doesn't really matter whether you have a light source or not. 3D though, maybe it could be different, I don't know. Yeah, I really need to add another sprite. I feel like someone is definitely going to comment on the fact that these meters are pointing up when it calls off. I wonder what happens if I press the key here. Probably nothing. I think I called a Unity event on the other one. Oh no, something did happen. I should read the document first. Okay, it breaks. Coroutine couldn't be started because the game object intro cutscene is inactive. Yeah, I'm calling some Unity event. I feel like that could work. Definitely, I would definitely have to do a few tweaks for this. Like, I think whenever you go into this one... The thing is that from the intro cutscene, I'm not sure if I want to even show that one. I mean, it would be nice. I don't want the player to have to click to get out of the car. Because then I kind of need to teach them how to do that. Which I'm not sure if I want to do in this case. Did my sound effect not work? Because now we go straight out of the car. Okay, let's do some more fun stuff. I'm gonna have to think about exactly how I want this to work. Outside, where is my car? No, I mean here, outside, where is my car? Let's play some more sound effects. Play sounds on click. I think I want two. One, which is going to be car. Car door open. And one which is going to be, of course, car door close. Let's try full volume, full pitch. Let's see, the scene fades out after half a second. So, car door open maybe after 0.2 seconds. Car door close after 0.6 seconds. Maybe. I mean, that kinda works, to be honest. Let's see if we can maybe open it slightly later. No, I couldn't even hear it. Maybe I could end the cutscene here. And quite literally immediately, when you land here, I just force the player out of the car. Unless I should make something where this is where you actually stop to read the document. But then I need the player to click out themselves. Unless I automatically force them out when they stop reading the document, but that seems like someone is gonna misclick and close it. I could leave the car on. Like, we could switch this to doing the full-on Outlast intro, basically. Let's just steal Outlast the game. I'm joking. To be fair, my intro is already quite similar, to be honest. Holy shit, look at that. Great Grievance with the 30 stream streak. That is absolutely bonkers, man. That might be one of the highest I've actually seen on this platform, to be honest. Very much appreciate you, man. Because there's something where starting while driving just feels better. It just does. Whereas right now, I start the game like sitting still in the car. The nice thing about that is that you get to start the car, and it's kinda cool seeing the car start. I don't know if my sound effects are working correctly there though, or if I just had the volume too low on my end. No, it does. It was just low. Like, starting while driving would be nicer. And then maybe instead of getting out of the car... Hejsan svejsan. We end it... We end the cutscene here. And this is where you get to read the document and stuff. What's up, Frosten? Compete with me, Riven Main, with the 3 stream streak. Thank you, man. Because then we could have the player start here instead. So we do the drive to the house. We fade out and we play the brake sound. But we don't play the sound effects for opening and closing the doors. Instead we just end here. And this is where we potentially prompt the player to read the document. Do I have more light in the other scene? I think I do. I definitely do. Yeah, scene light 0.4. Oh, wait. Yeah. Definitely have more light here. This is darker. I could do an override and just bump this a little bit. Don't know. That's really a problem. That is gonna make the outside brighter too, though. And that feels a bit weird. Unless I leave the lights on. So we actually have the headlights here. Kind of making it seem like those are lighting this up. Because right now, this seems brighter than this. And that doesn't make sense. Okay. So, I know what to do. We just make another one of the shadows, and we make the entirety of the outside way darker. Then the car is still more lit. and the objects in here. So we just use another one of these that's behind the car. But we make you 320 pixels. Oh, not position. 320 pixels wide, position 0. I mean, fuck it. Might as well make this cover the entire thing. Let's see. That's unlit. That's lit. I think we could make this even darker. A little bit of a cheeky workaround, but I think it could work. Sneezed right after I said hello, doing okay, except a little stuffed nose, hoping just from the weather. Hope you get better, man. Does it feel odd? It still feels like this is quite a lot brighter. I mean, I did up the outside lights. Maybe I need this to be way darker. I do have to keep in mind that this can depend a lot on your monitor as well. I think it's better. I'm just checking how it looks on my other monitors. Looks like the car window has a grey filter on it. It technically does. Easy fix for it would be light source inside the car. It sounds like you're very much in a 3D space, Wakacha. My light sources don't work that way. I guess maybe there is some workaround I could do. But to be very clear, the windshield does have a slight grey, like half transparent overlay on it. Because the thing is that it just looked way more like a actual windshield, if you know what I mean. Because it's the whole like reflection thing or whatever, I suppose. Cutscene driving car. Like, if I would go in here and I get rid of this, it kinda looks like there isn't a window, right? That's why I added the little overlay. It just shows the windshield a bit better. Making window act as a grey filter could be with this light source inside the car. More transparent. The only thing that's... It's part of the car sprite, so it's a bit annoying doing it just here. But I feel like if I want it darker, I feel like this shadow might be the way to go. Like, just up this more. I will see. I'm still thinking about whether I should use this for the intro or not, but I just don't know exactly how I would want that to work. Because I think Outlaws does actually do it in a pretty nice way. So they also start to drive with some radio in the background. Should we put a bit of radio in the background while you're driving? Oh shit, maybe, I don't know if that's crazy. Right now I play one of the old main menu songs that we had, like during the car scene in the intro. Should we make that sound like it comes from the radio? Rather than have it actually be like a omnipresent soundtrack, like actually make it sound... Like partly, I suppose, put it in like a 3D space. So that it might sound like it's coming more from the center of the car. And then, I don't know, some effects or some shit on it to make it sound more like it's from a radio. Maybe that could be cool, to be honest. Yeah, add some static. Now, it's gonna be a bit weird here first, because the car is technically not on. Because this is just music in the back, like this is quite literally background music. Huh. Maybe we should make it sound like it's the radio. Also, let me try something. Room to activate. What if I did outside car? How would that look? Let me just check this, because we could basically flip this around. Like, I basically do the opposite to Outlast. Like, you start sitting in the car, you read the document, and then you start the car, and you go to the manor. Whereas in Outlast, you start during the driving cutscene, or maybe you drive the car yourself, I can't remember, it's way too long since I played this. I think it's a cutscene, right? And then now the gameplay starts, maybe? No, that's probably a cutscene too. But then after you stop the car, that's when you read the document. Oh, they're showing the mechanics a little bit there as well. It's kind of clever. I suppose the only reason why they like activate the fucking night vision thing there is just to make the player aware that it exists. But do you even turn that on yourself? I think it starts automatically when you get in, doesn't it? Holy shit, it is gonna be very similar to Outlast though. I don't think that's an issue though. I mean, it's a good intro. I don't want to be disrupted, but can we play marbles? I don't know, depending on if it's on cooldown or not.
Lupo_1 challenges the community to a marble race.
Let's do it. I take that as a yes. Is Horrorception a horror game during a horror game dev? Exactly. I think it's just something about the pacing here that feels better. Because right now, I basically, when you get into the game, it's like stopped. There's like nothing, like it's a static scene. and you have to click some things, you have to like interact with stuff. So we start off with gameplay, and then I do a small little cutscene, and then we go back into gameplay. Like maybe it would be better to actually flip this around and basically just do the Outlast intro where we have the car driving first, and then we stop outside. It's the thing about how to get out of the car. That is... Unless I do it automatically when they stop reading the document. That does mean that they could misclick and then automatically get kicked out of the car. But at that point, my plan is to have the same document in the inventory as well, so if they wanted to reread it, it's not like they can't. So maybe that's not an issue, to be honest. Holy shit, that FOV is horrible. Lupo, do you have a preferred map? Yeah, it's pretty... I don't even know how to describe FOV. Too close, too far, too close, too narrow. What's the fucking term? We're gonna do another Giga Plinko. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to join, type !join in the chat. We are also gonna boot up a little prediction, as the new tradition is whether or not you think that Mr. Lupo, our challenger, will win. The prediction is up now, so go and gamble away all of your hard-earned points. I go first, you did indeed. Let's see if you can keep the first though. Right now we have 20 entire points on the challenger, 0 against the challenger. I actually don't even know what happens if someone doesn't bet on one of the sides and that side wins. Do the points just go into the void? I think that's what happens, right? But we don't have to worry about that, because we have 1,000 points against the challenger. 1,010 to be precise. Getting a fair bit of marbles in here. About half the time remaining in the prediction. Currently, great return on investment for believers. We have 20 points on the challenger side, 6,000 against the challenger. You know what? If 20 points ends up netting about 6k points, that's a great fucking ROI, isn't it? Ooh, but people are more believers now. We have more believers. 2,000 points on the challenger, 6,000 against the challenger, with about 20 seconds left in the prediction. Lupo the challenger bets against himself. It is not the first time. The big brain move about that is that you win no matter what. Either you win the race or you win the prediction. Do you know what I mean? It's basically a win-win. We ended up with a total of about 8.5 thousand points bet. 71% on non-believers. Why are they called hot dog beans? Because I tried to make a sprite looking like a coffee bean, and then everyone told me it looked like a hot dog bun. And after a while I was like, I guess we're gonna call them hot dog beans now. And that's basically the story. Cheatorski, how you doing, man? Jin and Lewis are coming in with the marbles as well. Gambling is fun. Are we ready to start? The prediction is over. Type exclamation mark join if you want to enter. Otherwise, we're going to be starting in about 10 seconds. Going into the Giga Plinko. 6 Plinko sections in a row. Plinkoception. Maybe that's why I should have called the map. We have... I saw Project Unfarmed in the lead for a moment, but Boomtrout took it into the second section here. Jin taking the lead. Can he keep it though? He can! Into the third section, about halfway through, we have Jin in the lead. Techbox North close second. Cheetah, T-Bad, Rivenmain. We have more marbles catching up here, but so far, Jin does have a pretty good lead going into the 5th Plinko section out of 6. First into the last one, but does get quite bounced up there. Lupo, our challenger, is in here though. It's not over yet. He might do it. He might actually do it. Shiny Games! No, Lupo is actually in the lead. Holy shit. Look at that. The challenger actually took it home, even though he bet against himself. Shiny Games second place, Jin third, Rivenmain, Tamer, Project Unfarmed, Jin, Boomtrat, Luasoft, Teabag. Holy shit, what a turn of events. Jin in the lead for like 3 Plinko sections, and then Shiny Games and Lupo managing to get past right at the final seconds. Let's see who the second winner is, aka last place. Looks like Rivenmain or Boomtrout. It is Boomtrout. That is every marble in across the finish line. So this does mean that the points from the non-believers, the 6,000 points from the 4 non-believers will be split amongst the 2 believers. It might be a bit risky being a believer, but you can sometimes make a great return on your investment. So let's spread these points amongst the believers. Let us end the prediction and get back to work. Thanks for playing, as always. I had like a 5-row drop. It was sick, yeah. It's like sometimes you can get those really nice lines through like almost an entire section. It's honestly annoying how engaging the marble game is. Nice, I can kind of see it if I pretend it's Whole Rain. Yeah, I don't know, I kind of messed up the sprite for the icon, but rather than changing it, I decided to just change the name. More fun that way, eh? Thank you for the points, Wakacha. I think earned a lot of points in this one. Shadow Games, 10 to 34 points. I mean, that's more than a triple of your money, though. Like, you know, that is actually not bad. Damn, Cheetah also with the 30 stream streak. Holy shit, man. Cheers, mate. Cheetah and Grievance really battling it out. Yeah, true that. Okay, so I want to see what it looks like if we start here and then we end in the scene in front of the house. It's gonna be weird because you're gonna hear the door sound opening and closing, but just pretend that's not the case. That kinda could work. That could work. And then here we maybe prompt them to read the document. And maybe after they close the document, we automatically kick them out of the car. Maybe. Just, I don't know if I want players to like feel stuck in here for a moment and be like, wait, what am I supposed to do? So I feel like this needs to be really straightforward. Although we have the arrow showing up, I feel like it's very possible that it might take a little while before people notice this. Like, even here in what currently is the first room, there are a handful of moments where people do get a little bit stuck here for a moment before they realize that they can walk. Obviously it gets a bit more intuitive once you're inside of the house, since you actually click on like a door, whereas here you just have the, you know, just click on the empty space to walk. Wasn't sure you're gonna stream this close to Christmas. Any holiday plans? Yeah, I'm gonna spend Christmas Eve with my family and stuff. Celebrate Christmas as we do in Sweden. I don't know, when do you celebrate in Finland? But then, so I'm not gonna stream on Wednesday. But instead, what I'll do is that I will stream on Christmas Day. So if anyone wants to hang out on Christmas Day, then I'll be here. We'll have some fun. But I'll be celebrating on Christmas Eve as we do in Sweden. I don't know, I don't think there's a lot of countries that do it, but we are a little bit weird there for some reason. I barely even know why. I still think it made sense though. Because you don't fucking celebrate on New Year's Day, do you? You celebrate on New Year's Eve. So why shouldn't you do that with Christmas? Yeah? Got you that, didn't I? Midsummer is also on the eve that we celebrate. How about celebrating twice? That is basically what I will do. I'm gonna celebrate with my family on the 24th, on the real Christmas. And then on the 25th, I'll be celebrating with you guys. GNA, welcome in, man. How you doing? Shouldn't the speedometer show 0 when stop/key off? It should. Absolutely. It absolutely should. But we never had the car off in the beginning, so I might not have made a sprite with them off. But it is something I'm gonna need to do. I wonder if I should be lazy and just do... I don't know if I can be bothered making one on this sprite sheet. I probably should. I mean, in reality, I should open the project. You know what? Fuck it. Let's sort it out. Let's be responsible. Because I know this is something that people are gonna react on. Projects, we are gonna go for the car. Intro drive. And then I think, yeah, exactly, we did the first 4. That's the car driving. So what I'm gonna do... I need to have one more. So what if we just duplicate this one? And then we're gonna go down to... gauge pointer thingy. There we have it. Let's make a new layer first. So I think... Oh shit, I can't get it centered here. Maybe it isn't centered. What do you guys know? Maybe it starts there. Is that weird? That's gonna be weird. That looks weird. Fuck. I don't have a center pixel. This one is kinda fine, which is this one I think it's fairly normal to have you go a bit further down. Would you cover this thing though? That feels a bit odd. Oh fuck. Maybe we put that one there. But since I made this one red, this one should be pointing towards that. But that's a bit tricky. Unless I do that, maybe? Does look a bit weird. Maybe I don't make that one red, because I feel like it's the fact that this one is red that makes that seem like the start, and it's also longer. Like maybe we just do this. Because then there's no way of telling where the actual start is, which means that we can do something similar here. Sounds good to me. Russian Orthodox celebrated Jesus' birthday on the 7th of January. Oh, really? Make the last stage also bottom out on left side, and everyone will assume the red tick means bad. The thing is that the way I'm thinking about this is that we would have one being the actual speed. The reason I put that one as red is that I was thinking that this might actually be like your petrol or whatever meter. And then this would be RPM, which explains why this one is red on the higher end instead. Because the bad on the bad on speed or RPM would be the high numbers. But on gas or petrol or whatever you want to call it, it would be the low numbers. But I feel like potentially just hiding it like that is the way to go. Because I can't do a 45-degree line here. But the thing is, if I made this one red, then it feels like that should be where it bottoms out. Never driven a right-hand drive cars, not familiar with gauge behavior. Me neither. To be fair. I don't have any like perfect reference for this either. I think this is what I have in my car though. Wait, do I have 4 thingies? Do I have 4 or 3? No. Shit, I don't even remember. To be fair though, I could actually copy this one to the other side. Which is why I just realized now, do you know what I don't have? I don't have RPM. No, wait, that means I can't bottom it out. I was gonna say, which means you don't need to have gas, but I don't know what I was thinking. Of course I have gas. I have the temp or whatever here. I was thinking about doing temp, but then that makes less sense. So I feel like this would be either temp or RPM. This is speed. And this is gas. I might do this. So the only thing I would have to change is that one. On the other sprites. Because at least I think this reads as off. Maybe make this a little bit shorter. So it doesn't overlap. Feel like that does look better. Okay, I'm going to merge down. And then I'm going to delete that. And go to the dashboard. I am gonna link this up. Turn you gray. Make this a bit shorter. Maybe I should make these 45 degrees. It's gonna look a little bit cleaner. Sure. Looks fine to me and soothes my ADHD a bit. Yeah, I think this is better. Because I think this is definitely the type of thing that, like, I know people would point it out. I just haven't been bothered doing it yet, so we might as well sort this out. So let's export this as a sprite sheet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That should be correct. And we need to change this into cutscene driving car. Export. We are going to save that. And I go back into Unity. I'm gonna steal this one. Just to make it clear, I'm gonna rename this cutscene driving car off. Sure. Here that's fine, but in the outside car scene I want this one. No. I want this one to instead be this. Let's do something about... Let me try this without the weird start or open closing door sounds. Car brake, door open, footstep, door close. Let's disable those for the time being. I think this is better. I think like it feels like the flow makes more sense. Because right now we basically have the player click start, which takes you to a transition into the game, which takes you to a static scene where you're just sitting in the car, and when you're done with that, we do a new cutscene, and then you're inside of the game. Which means it's not playing, not playing, playing, not playing, playing. Whereas if we do the thing I'm considering now, it makes more sense because we're gonna start, we're gonna do a transition into the game, which goes right into the cutscene of you driving, where we then stop the car in a static scene where the game starts, and then you get into, like, you know, the actual meat of it. Which means we now have basically transition, transition, cutscene, game, game, right? It feels like a more natural flow in some regard. Because it's also the whole thing where it just feels a little bit odd. Obviously, I used to have it so the car started off driving, right? Like, it even does it now in the current public version of the demo. And after having that... Does this work? It feels a bit odd going through this, and then you're just sitting here. Compared to if that would take you straight into this. So we basically continue the forward movement, going through the door, driving to the house, and then this is where we stop. And now the gauges or whatever makes more sense too. I think I prefer that. I honestly think I do. I really need to clean this up, man. Holy shit. This is some fucking spaghetti. Absolute spaghetti over here. Yeah, I'll have to figure something out. What actually activates the flashlight? Because I don't think I want a flashlight even when you stop there. Even if you would get back into the car, I wonder if I should just skip having the flashlight. It just looks a little bit weird inside of the car. Oh, something we do need to do is actually make it so that we get a loading screen when you go into the full game as well. Because I did notice a bit of lag there. I don't know why I don't... It's only when you go into the demo that we do the loading screen. What's your favorite Italian dish? That's a good question. Probably... I don't know. Spaghetti broken in half, bolognese, and a bunch of ketchup. Let's see, what am I doing here? Transition to game. Do I even use that one? Invoke load game. Yeah. Load game. If it is demo, preload scene event, demo. Otherwise, we just go to the scene normally. That's not what we want to do. We're gonna do the preload scene event, and we're gonna try passing in load scene event dot scene game instead. Let's see if that solves it. That would be an easy fix. Bunch of ketchup. Isn't it a sin in Italian cuisine? That was kind of the joke, yes. But ketchup is also pretty nice. Ketchup is also pretty nice. Mose and Robin, what is up, man? How you doing? Hey Chappy, I was wondering how long the complete game will be. I don't really know. I was aiming for like 1.5 to 2 hours or something. But seeing how long the demo ended up being, I think the game might actually be longer. But it's gonna be in like the a few hours range, so to speak. It's not gonna be 45 minutes, it's not gonna be 12 hours. It's gonna be like a couple of hours or something. Because what, the average playtime in the demo, I think is like 30 minutes to an hour. Some are way shorter, some are way longer, but like average. And I already have it. I think I have probably more than double that content already. And I'm not done with all the content I want, so... I think it's possible that the game is gonna end up being a bit longer than I maybe initially planned for. But I don't think that's a bad thing. I'm gonna snooze this ad. Okay, let's see if this works. Go in here, we should now get a loading screen. And then we should be in the game scene. We are indeed. GG. That was an easy fix. Gonna roll out for a bit. Maybe back later. Have a good stream. No worries, Boomtrout. Thank you for hanging out as always. And I'll catch you later or next time. What about you, Lupo? What's your favorite Italian dish? I don't know if I really eat that much, like, especially not like proper Italian food. I do think we're missing some sound effects here. That did feel that, like, the stop felt a little bit too sudden, didn't it? Mr. D-Boy, welcome in, man. That feels very sudden. You doing good, Robin? Nice to hear. How are you? I'm doing quite good. I'm a little bit tired, but overall I'm doing good. 3 hours made sense, and then you can always add stuff to it, like side quests and stuff. Yeah, you can always add like optional stuff, and like it's fairly easy to add content later. I mean, likewise you could say it's fairly easy to cut content later, I suppose. But yeah, I imagine the game might be something like 2 to 3 hours, maybe instead of the 1 to 2 hours that I initially thought. Just because I don't know, it's very hard to estimate playtime in a puzzle game, if you know what I mean. Yeah, this is going quite well. How are you, D-Boy? Yet another game developer on Twitch.tv. Don't check him out if you haven't. It feels a bit too sudden. I don't know. I do suppose that it is a pretty big cut at the moment, so it kinda makes sense. Because we're changing a lot of sound effects and we only have one like transition sound effect. Basically, you know, we have the drive. We have the I guess we call this the fade. And then we have the parked scene or whatever. So right now, what do we have? We have music. We have ambience. Well, yeah, we have ambience. We have the car ambience, right? So basically, this keeps going here until the fade. The ambience keeps going until the fade. And then during the fade, we have one singular sound effect, which is the brake. And then immediately we switch to not having any music and a new ambience. Like, this part ends up feeling a little bit too sudden at the moment. It's like a bit too much of a cut. Sorry guys, we have some ads coming up in a little bit. I might go and get myself a little cuppa, but I'll be back in just a minute or so. Appreciate your patience. Yeah, I'm gonna make this so that the car just is driving. We start in this cutscene. Maybe I need to just... Do I fade stuff out now? Do I fade out the music, the ambience? The music does fade out. It's fairly short, but... Wait, is the rain sound? Oh, I have the wrong... What, do I? Yeah, I think I have the wrong ambience. Yeah, I do. I think that might be it. Because the rain ambience should be the same. But we switched to the outside one because I copied this room from one of the outside scenes. I think that is the issue. I think that's the issue. Nonetheless, let me just go and quickly grab a cup of tea and I will be right back. Appreciate your patience. Cheers. And we are back. Appreciate your patience. Okay, let's see. I think I messed up the ambience in this scene. Outside car, ambience, rain outdoors. That is incorrect. I want rain indoors. I think just that is actually going to make a pretty big difference. Unfortunately, you can't shout yourself out, Lupo. Rain indoors? Yes, because you are inside of the car. So it shouldn't sound like you're in the rain, if that makes sense. It's basically like where... I realize that rain indoors might be a bit of a weird naming convention, but... It's like where you are relative to the rain, if that makes sense. Basically, rain while outdoors or rain while indoors, or whatever. Yeah, I gotta be moderated to do shoutouts. Still a little bit, there is something here that's not, there's something weird here. It's too, it feels too sudden. I guess it could be the brake sound effect too. I don't really know. I mean, we turn off the music and we switch to different ambience. Maybe that's something you could play around with. What do I do? Car driving ambience. Ambience car driving. I don't know if I want to continue the song. I mean, you could. I don't know if I want to. It might make it seem a bit smoother. Song. I guess you could maybe like, you know when you like half turn off the car, but tändningen är fortfarande på. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Maybe you do that thing so the radio is still going, but like the engine is off. I wanna stream someday. Do it, man. If not a secret, how much do you earn from Twitch per month? Oh, if you're gonna stream for money, you're gonna have an uphill battle. How much do I earn per month? I don't know, my average might be like 80 quid or something. Definitely not enough to make a living. I still very much appreciate anyone who supports the stream. It does help out. Yeah, if we switch this song to be like a radio song, maybe we could keep it going in here as well. And then it's first when you get out of the car that we turn it off, where we would need to have some more sound effects as well. But obviously it fluctuates quite a lot as well, right? Like some months I made less, some months I made way more. But I would guess that my average is like 80 quid or something. Let's see, let's go for the exit right. I want to add play sounds on click. We are going to do car door open. Gonna do car door close. Full volume. I don't know if I should play this here. Because this is gonna play in 3D space, and I don't know if I want that. We'll see. Let's do 0.3, 0.55. Let's try that. I think maybe we need to make sounds of like the engine shutting off and stuff. That's weird. That sound effect played to my left. And that one plays to my right. Yeah, I can't play the sound effect like this. That makes no sense. When I get into the car, I hear the car door on my left, which makes sense when you open it, but not when you close it. And then it's flipped when you get out. I don't think I want to play those in a 3D space. It's a little bit weird. I wonder though if at the end of this cutscene where we used to play these, let's see, door close, footstep, car brake sound. Like what if we did the engine shutting off here? Door open sound effects. Because I think I might have one that could work, potentially. Not for money, for fun, sharpen my speaking English also. Yeah, it's definitely good practice in that sense. You should do it, man. If you wanna try it, you should go for it. What's a door open? No idea how this is gonna sound, but I'm gonna try it. I need to start looking over my fucking warnings soon. It's getting a little bit crazy. Jotson with the raid. Welcome in, man. How are you doing? What have you been up to? Anything you want to share? Anything you want to show? Let me know as always. Eventless Gaming, welcome in. For anyone coming in, if you don't know me, I go by MadSherpy and I'm watching this point-and-click puzzle horror game called Shroud of Gloom, which we do have a demo for as we speak. If anyone is interested, here's a little trailer for ya. there we have it. Go and check out the game on Steam, wishlist the game, play the demo, review the demo, all of that good stuff. Also, ladies and gentlemen, if anyone does not know the one and only Mr. Jotson, go and check him out. We did semi-recently play his demo on Steam as well for the Mailroom. This game is absolutely gonna pop off soon as well. I think we have like semi-similar plans in terms of when we're gonna release and stuff. Here we have it, the Mailroom demo. Ladies and gentlemen, go and check this out as well. Looks nice, thank you very much Eventless, and thank you for the follow as well. I made a TV and a VCR that plays game trailers in the Mailroom. Stole the idea from your bookshelf. Shroud of Gloom will have a tape, let's go man. Do you wanna show it? Anything? Do you have any GIF, any photo, anything you wanna share? I'm a raider. Welcome in, JD does dev. How you doing, man? Hope you've been well. Technically, I could probably do like trailer thing as well. The only issue for me is that I would have to learn shaders for it. Because, believe it or not, I have still never worked with shaders whatsoever. Because I would need some way to make it look pixelated in the right pixel size and stuff. No video to share yet, next time, no worries man. Doing alright, feeling better than I have in a while, and I want to keep riding this high while I can. Sounds good, man. Shaders are the devil's magic. They seem powerful, though. I assume you use quite a lot of shaders, right? Like, your pixelation and stuff that's going on is all shaders, right? I assume maybe this, like, coloring as... some of the coloring as well. Like, this blue, for example, is that a shader that makes this as well? I do understand that shaders do seem quite powerful. It's just one of those things that, although I've been doing this for quite some time, I just have not gotten around to actually playing around with them. Yeah, I'm fairly sure like this dithering stuff that's going on is from a shader. The whole screen is post-processed with a shader to pixelate, reduce the color palette and dither. Interesting. Reduce the color palette. So do you... Wait, that's interesting. So wait, do you have like a set... Do you have like a set color palette in the game then? And then anything you bring into the game, if that has a color that's not on that palette, it's going to like automatically change it into the closest one? Is that basically what it does? Shader finds the nearest color, so there's only 14 colors in the game. That seems very useful, especially for like assets and stuff, like, because you could basically throw in a completely unrelated asset and lightly have it kind of fit in the style of the game. I mean, to some extent, of course, right? There's gonna be, like, in a completely different style it might not work, but... There's a version of the Book of Shaders in the Godot Asset Library. I haven't gotten around to going through it, but someday, yeah, that's what I keep saying as well. I can throw in almost anything. Anything low res and it usually works. Makes it easier to build models and stuff. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, I definitely need to look into this stuff a bit more at some point. Is this a shader too? The outlines? Or how do they work? It is a shader too? Yeah, look at that. Hey, JD with the Prime subscription. You absolute legend. Cheers, man. Very much appreciated. That means a lot, man. Cheers. Everything is a shader. Yeah, this is, but that's what I'm realizing. Like, there's so much shit you can do with shaders. Everything is a shader. I don't even think this chandelier is an object. I think this is a shader. It's all shaders. But you definitely have a very nice style going on in this game. Like, it feels very distinct, if you know what I mean. Like, definitely, the dithering does make me think of Return of the Obra Dinn, like the 3D pixelated dithering. But then I do think you have a very good palette going as well. Did you make the palette yourself? Out of curiosity. You did? Nice, man. I've always been... This is the first game that I do that I actually use my own palette for. But obviously my palette isn't that big. I have 7 colors and 4 of them are ranges between white and black. And the other ones are just different shades of red. Otherwise, I've almost always just gotten a existing palette. I don't know, color theory kind of scares me a little bit, so I'm like, I'm just gonna be on the safe side. But this looks fucking sick, man. I'm very excited for you. Status hot as fuck, yeah. It does definitely make me want to learn shaders. Something I've thought about that I potentially want to at least try at some point. I don't know if I would use it or not. But I think I could do it to actually try and make the light in my game, like from the flashlight and so on, be pixelated. And I think the best way of doing that would be to use a shader. That is definitely something I would be interested in trying at some point. I'm a bit like unsure whether I would prefer it or not, because there is something that I kind of like about the mix of like the retro style and the more modern stuff. Like, obviously my art feels very retro. The genre itself is very retro. But then, you know, I do a bunch of bloom, I have like film grain, I have smooth light and stuff. Like, there's a bit of a weird mix between like a very old school style and something that feels more like smooth and modern. And sometimes I'm like, I think that has a charm in some regard as well. So I'm unsure whether I would prefer it or not. But I think it would be interesting to at least see, like, test it out. Because I don't think there's any way of really knowing without, like, actually trying it out. But that does require me to learn about shaders, because I think I would have to do some shader magic to get that to work, I imagine. I mean, I just chose random colors until I got some that looked good together. Jotson dreams an idea, and when he wakes up, the palette and half the assets are ready to be used. What you got is very good, pixels but modernized, yeah. You're not doing it because you have to, but because you like the aesthetic. Yeah, because there is something where I'm trying to make it feel more modern, but reminiscent of like the classic point-and-click games. Because I personally, I haven't played that many point-and-click games, right? Like, I wasn't like a hardcore point-and-clicker before I started making this game. Like, the majority of the point-and-click games I played after I started making this game, you know? And as someone who's not used to the point-and-click formula, something I've realized is that a lot of point-and-click games, even fairly new ones, just feel really outdated. They do, like, the games are fantastic, some really good puzzles and stuff like that, but when it comes to like feedback and certain like UI elements and stuff, I feel like a lot of them actually do lag quite a bit, which is one of those things that I at least tried to improve on. I don't know if I succeeded, but like, you know, small things as in like, you know, items kind of light up when you hover them to show that this is something you can click on. Because that is something that infuriated me with a lot of point and click games, where it's not completely obvious like what is interactable or not. And I don't know if it always works here, because I do see people clicking on non-interactable stuff when they playtest, so I know it's not like entirely intuitive, but if you want to, you can make it. You can actually switch the highlight color. And that makes it fairly obvious what you can and can't click on. I have been thinking about maybe what I potentially could do instead is to actually add a color to the mouse. Like maybe the mouse is like light gray or something, and whenever you hover a interactable object, we make it white. Because I think another issue is that a lot of the highlight system actually works best if you have bloom on. I think for the people who turn on off bloom, it might not be as... I mean, this is pretty noticeable. At least for me. I don't know. And also, I'm not saying that my game is gonna be like 10 times better than any other point and click game. It might be worse. But especially feedback is just one of those things that I've tried to implement as much as possible of. Because it's something that I, as someone who's not used to point and click games, it's something that I noticed got a little bit like... There was some friction for me playing certain point and click games at times. I still very much enjoy them, but... Pixel hunting is another one of those. I try to be very lenient with hitboxes, making sure that it's never about like clicking the exact pixel, that kind of stuff. But things to glow around the flashlight, I think would definitely be worse in chunky pixels. Yeah, that's probably true as well. You didn't play Day of the Tentacle? I have not. You weren't a Maniac Mansion kid? No, I don't know if Maniac Mansion might be a little bit before my time. I mean, I've listened to podcasts about this, but... Yeah, I mean, this is like... The Maniac Mansion is like... You know, more than a decade older than me or something. When did this come out? Like late 80s. I think that might be a little bit early for me. You didn't live through Loom? Do you change the cursor when you hover something interactable? No. That is the one thing I have been thinking about. I do it when it comes to exits. Like whenever you hover anything that takes you to a new scene, I want to make that quite abundantly clear, so then I switch to this arrow. And obviously we can show it inside as well. Like whenever you have any type of door, any type of exit, if the click will take you to a new room, then the arrow turns, or then the cursor turns into an arrow. Also in the direction of where you would be going. So there I do change it, but when it comes to like interactable objects, like this light switch, the cursor doesn't change. And I think honestly that is another part where we could add a bit more feedback. And I don't know if potentially... I don't know if I want to change the cursor. Because then you get into the whole thing of like, okay, should we have different cursors for like different types of actions? Like, should you have an operate cursor, a pick up cursor, a, you know, etc, which I don't know if I want to do. With the limited amount of pixels I have, like, it's gonna be tricky. But I think since the arrows are like pure white color or whatever, maybe what we could do is actually make the cursor gray, which means that when you go here, it turns into white arrow, and when you hover something interactable, we keep the same cursor, but we made it brighter. So not only does the item you hover get brighter, but the cursor itself gets brighter as well. I think that potentially could help, giving even a bit more feedback on whether or not it's interactable. S-Funk, welcome in. Should I make the mouse icon change, like from pointer to magnifying glass or hand with finger pointing? Yeah, you definitely can, and a lot of point-and-click games do. But it's like the, you know, making a hand with 10 pixels in width is, it's a challenge, man. Should also add a hotkey that just highlights everything interactable. Yeah, I've actually thought about that. Kind of as a hint system. Like, that's what they did in Chants of Senna. Like, the hint system they have in that game is basically just that you hold down a button and it points out anything that is interactable. Can I not find someone displaying this? But I think they add a little symbol on anything that you can interact with. So I think potentially something similar as like a kind of broad hint system. Like if someone gets really stuck, just that's something, you know, this is a puzzle game. People are going to get stuck. It's not gonna be inevitable. Of course I'm gonna try and make stuff, you know, somewhat intuitive and make sure that nothing is like too nonsensical and whatever. But at the end of the day, I've kind of come to realize that if you make a puzzle game, some people will get stuck. It's kind of inevitable. In some regard, people will probably get stuck no matter the game you make, but I think puzzle games are kind of at the forefront there. And the one thing that would be a little bit annoying is like if people get stuck because they miss something, just like picking up an item. And in those cases, like this type of hint system could actually work pretty well. Because what they then could do is just go through rooms and like hold down the hint button, you know? Just to see, is there anything I didn't click on in here? I think that's a good shout. Lurking, thank you for lurking, David. And Ashes, sorry if I... Ashes? Sorry if I butchered your name, but thank you for the follow. One of my favorite point-and-click games is Zack McCracken and the Alien Mindbenders. Don't think I've heard of that one. Captain Coda, how you doing, man? Gonna be sharing this with my students next term. We're doing a class on 2D Unity where we are making escape room games. 100 inspired by you last year. Ah, cheers, Captain Coda. Hope you're doing well, man. Oh, is this one of those where... Yeah, where you have like the verbs as well. Walk to, push, open, pull, close, read. That's like proper classic point-and-click game. I don't know, I don't think I've played any of those. Like the verb select games. Fuck, I wonder how... difficult it would be to make the highlight system. Question is whether or not the highlight... Or should I do the full-on symbol thing? Because I could probably do something. This might not be the most, like, optimized thing. But I'm imagining, like... If you get this button down, we literally just, like, loop through the room and check for interactable objects. If you find a interactable object that have the... Well, I guess I could... No, 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 I don't need to loop. I don't need to loop. I just make the interactable objects check for that key binding. Or subscribe to an event. Ah, shit, you kinda got me thinking about it now, Judson. I don't think it would be very difficult to get that to work. Like, I can hold down age and, like, anything interactable lights up. And if that's not clear enough, we could always... I don't know. Instantiate a symbol as well on top of them. Or just a black, red circle. That might be a little bit more... like compute power or whatever. I don't know. From what I understand, obviously I'm still a little bit of a rookie here. But I do think that instantiate is a relatively demanding function, isn't it? Not too shabby, nice to hear, man. Played it on Amiga, nice. Yeah, I do wanna play more point and click games. I think it's possible that I might even do some on Christmas. I suppose one issue could be if you hold it down, if the thing that's interactable is not visible, you're not gonna see it. Fuck, I kinda wanna try it, man. Morjesta, how you doing, Amises? Welcome in, man. Terve, terve, morjesta, hei Paveli. Suomalainen chat nyt. Kiitos. Ah, fuck, I kinda wanna try it. I just don't know what the best way of going about it is. Did I even finish this cutscene we were working on? I don't think I did. Like, either I have something that basically... like, you click down a button, you click down some key, maybe you... you click down age for help. And when we do that, we have a few alternatives. Maybe there's more. There probably is more. Either we loop through the room itself and we actually look for... this is supposed to be a magnifying glass. I don't know if I'm getting that across. Kinda looks like a lollipop. But either we search through the room itself for any interactable items, and any interactable item that we find, we tell it to be highlighted, or we, I don't know, instantiate some symbol on it to make sure it pops, wherever it might be. But this feels like... this feels kinda demanding, because this would be quite literally looping through every object in the entire room, it doesn't feel like this is a good way of going about it. So I feel like maybe instead what you do is that when you press this button, we just have the objects themselves, which might be like, you know, there might be a key on the ground which you haven't picked up or something. We make that one actually listen. This is supposed to be an ear. Yeah, it's a little piercing. That did not really make it more intuitive. Anyway, we made that actually listen for this action when you push the hint key down or whatever it is. And then that basically makes itself light up. This feels like a better way of doing it. Because here we're gonna check so many like unnecessary objects that are not interactable. If we do this, we are only going to, no pun intended, interact with the interactable items, right? I'm all good. A lot of Christmas preparation happening at my place. How about you? I'm doing quite well. I didn't get too much sleep tonight, so I am a little bit more tired than usual, but other than that, I'm doing quite fine. Also, lots of Christmas prep. I had to sort out some final little last minute things today. I think tomorrow I'm gonna fucking just wrap gifts. That's gonna be my day tomorrow. But I'm excited. Yeah, I don't know. This feels bad. This feels better. And I don't think it would be that difficult. Either I make each thing actually check for the input themselves, or I trigger some event that all interactable objects listen to. I think we could make a very simple test to see how this works. Let me just see my new cutscene, which I'm gonna have to refactor at some point as well. Don't overthink, overdrink, Bonnie Stinson. Doesn't feel too shabby. Christmas tree. Anyway. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try making a like rudimentary system just for the fuck of it. So we're gonna go in here, we're gonna find the first interactable item. We're gonna open up our little master script here. Interactable. We're gonna get rid of unnecessary namespaces. And then I don't think I have any update function here. So I'm gonna make one. We're gonna use the old system for now. So private void update if I am going to flip this. If... No, I'm not. No. If input dot get key down, and then I'm just, for now, we're gonna hard code this into key code age. And then we're gonna add a else if. And here, we're gonna do the same key, but we're gonna check if you get the key up. So that basically means show interactable hide, right? Have you played Neighbors from Hell? I don't think so. I don't even recognize the name. So if we do this, then we are going to... Well, first of all, no. The first thing we need to check is if this item is supposed to be highlighted. If highlight object. If you're not supposed to highlight the object, then return. Oh yeah, wait. How did this work with like invisible exits? There's very few of those. I mean, it's in the outside areas, I suppose. I'm just gonna pretend I didn't think about that, and we're gonna keep on going. Christmas in sauna? I hope so. That must be the Finnish Christmas, right? Here we want to... Do I even need to check if highlight... Because doesn't... Wait. Where's my function? Highlight objects. If image is null, or if you're not supposed to highlight the object, then return. Oh yeah, so I don't need to check for that. Because I already do. So we can get rid of this and say if cheat code age highlight object true, and then here it gets a little bit more tricky. If you get that key up and if this object is not hovered, then I want to stop highlighting it. Because otherwise we would get an issue where if you're actually hovering an item, you click this button and then you release it, it's gonna stop being highlighted even though you're hovering it, and that's gonna be weird. Oh wait. If you get that up and it's not hovered, then we stop highlighting. Okay, let's see if this breaks the entire game. You must play it immediately. Do you think so, Lupo? I think my Lupo backlog of games is getting pretty long. Although it's about annoying your neighbor, not everyone might like it. Sana will definitely be part of Christmas Eve, but no, the lady says we can't have a dinner at the sauna. Fuck my life. Do you also celebrate on Christmas Eve, Amises? Do you also celebrate on real Christmas in Finland? On the 24th? Control a highlight object is hovered in the else block. Yeah, that's absolutely true, can't I? Because then if it is hovered, we will call highlight object true, and if it isn't, false. Yeah, that makes total sense. Cheers, man. How you doing, Merky? Welcome in, man. Let's call highlight object is hovered. Yeah. Looks cleaner too. So yes, sir, as Nordics know that you gotta celebrate the Eve in order to have a hungover day in the actual day, exactly. I don't know, I think the best argument for why you're supposed to celebrate on Christmas Eve is New Year's. Because who celebrates New Year's Day? You celebrate on New Year's Eve, right? So Eve is when you celebrate. The day, like the day stands for the day after the Eve, which is the important day, right? I'm fairly sure that is how it works. If you wake up early, you probably don't have a choice. Wait, what do you mean? What's up, Meow Literary? How you doing? Evening. I don't think it's working, because I'm pressing the wrong button. Well, look at that. I don't know, this is the thing though, I don't know if this is noticeable enough. I think maybe this is where we should have a different color. What the fuck am I doing? Like maybe it should be in red. Like, how much more noticeable isn't this? I think that is pretty good. There are some weird things here though. Like for example, if I open the notepad and I start typing, and then I type age, then I'm going to highlight the objects in the background. That is a little bit weird. So we definitely need to do some... Wait, do I not have a... Okay, this might not be the best way, but do I not have a static function for that? I'm like fairly certain that I do. Why can I not move this window? Hello? Why can I not move any window? Did I accidentally... What did I do? Day is when you recover from the celebrating, exactly. Like old people, they do be sleeping. The whole day is celebrated for Christmas. For the New Year, you're actually meeting, it's different. I don't know. Some Asian places celebrate like the whole month of New Year festivals. I'm not knowledgeable about it though. Chinese New Year is a whole different calendar. Yeah. Yeah, they have a... Because they also have that stuff with like the year of the animal. Right? We have something called Nowruz, which is celebrated on the 22nd of March, basically a New Year, celebrated for 5 days. Windows L, that was a joke, don't use it. I don't know why I did, but I can't move any window. I can click everything, I can like switch tabs. I can't move them either. It's like I've locked all windows. Oh, Alt-Tab did fix it. Why? No, it does work. Huh. Deleting Windows folders should fix everything right up, yeah. Let me see. Let me have a quick look at my input manager. Remember that you're not allowed to judge how I handle input in my game. Anyway. Input field controller is selected. That is what I want. This line. Ooh. The piano. I want that one too. Okay, I'm gonna steal both of those. Because otherwise... Wait, is there... Yeah, no, I do want it. I'm gonna just throw you guys in here. I'm gonna maybe not use that one. Oh, I need to check for gameplay and shit as well. I think I should handle this through my input manager. Shady Games deletes his comment about input. Yeah, I think maybe we'll do an event for this as well. Because then all of this stuff is gonna work as is. Okay, I'm gonna throw it in here with the old system for now. Wait, can I even do this with my current system? Get input, key arch... Oh yeah, because I can... Can I not like decide whether that's key up or not in the new input system? Like what... Was... No, because I checked was performed this frame. I never remember where I fucking opened this shit. Controls. There we go. Let's do like the inventory. Type button. Isn't it like interactions? Hold, multi-tap, press, slow tap. Okay. So obviously I could check for hold. But how do I know I need like the stop hold or whatever? Like how... Otherwise how do I know when to stop? No. No, that's mad. No. I can't be setting it every frame. That's insane. Like check every frame. I mean, I guess that is kind of what the... No, that isn't that exactly what I do right now. Wait, maybe I'm just being silly. I mean, this is quite literally checking every frame whether that button is clicked or not. But how do I make the... But what, then I'm gonna publish like this event every frame constantly. It feels more fine to do it inside here. I'd echo the handling of your inputs, but I appear to be unable to input it. I'm gonna snooze this ad. Cut to me shaking a UX engineer, what the fuck is a slow tap? Checking if pressing every frame, is that normal in Unity? It is with the, at least in the old system. But I do this weird thing where I kind of have like a wrapper for the new system so that I can use it like the old system. I don't know, I kinda like checking for inputs like this. I don't know why. I know you can do it more fancy like event based and shit, but... There's something just very simple and intuitive about just checking like, is this button pressed? Do you know what I mean? I guess otherwise what we could do is have it be a toggle. I don't know if I want this type of button to be a toggle though. So that you would have to click twice. I don't love that. I feel like this type of button should be held down. But that would be insane, because then I would check if the button is pressed. The only way to make it work intuitively, or as I know with my current system, is that I would check if the key is pressed down, then I would publish an event saying that this was pushed. And if it isn't pressed down, then I publish an event saying it was released. Oh, I guess I only need to publish that one. No, I just keep a... Yeah, no. Why if we just keep a bool whether the is hint button pressed? So then we can check when the hint button isn't pressed, we check if this is set to true. If it is, then we change this to false and we publish the event. Then we only publish the event once. That doesn't seem that bad. In Unreal, I don't think it has ever checked it every frame, or not after 4.3, like every fiber of my body see it as wrong. Nah, it's fine. You better check every frame if my teacher is pressing a button in my homework assignment. No chaps, see plays this day, expect all kind of events happening in your game, so always fire as many events as you can. I think this is fine though, like we could basically do this. If, I'm gonna use the old system for now. If input dot get key down key code age, and then we can basically we just make this an else statement. I guess I should even turn it in here. If we get the input and if the hint button is not pressed, then we publish the event, and otherwise, if the hint button is pressed, then we publish. Yeah. Wait, what? Is that fine? I think that should be fine. By default, this will be false and this will be false, so it's not going to do anything. When I press down the key, this is gonna trigger, this is going to be the case. So then we're gonna set that to true and we're gonna publish the event. So now that is no longer true, so it doesn't trigger again. As soon as I release it, this will be true. And here we set this to false. There shouldn't be any spam here. I'm gonna try this. This doesn't seem that bad. This seems fine. I'm gonna make an event. I'm also gonna snooze this ad at the very last second, because I'm a good guy. Public class hint event, sure. Hint button event. That's what we're gonna do. This is fine. In my game, I'm not used even once on tick, and most likely we'll only have 2 small functions on it. But like, there must be movement that you basically check per frame, right? Like movement, for example. Wouldn't you? You can't just check movement once. That needs to be continuously checked now. Like somewhere something needs to listen for that movement, doesn't it? In my mind it seems like that would be the case at least. Okay. And then we're gonna publish a new hint button event, true. And then here we're gonna publish a new hint button event, false. And for now let's debug log this as well. Hint button pressed. Hint button not pressed. And then I'll sort this out with my... We're gonna need to make settings for this. This ended up being a bit of a detour. But I think this is good. It is something I have been thinking about before. Like, I know Chance of Senna has this. Forgotten Hill did have something similar. Okay, so... Boom. Why did it... It triggered not pressed on the same frame. That's a bit weird. And it didn't trigger anything when I let go. Okay, it's not working. It triggers both pressed and not pressed at the same time. Do I need to explicitly check if this is not pressed down? Do I need to nest these inside of the if-else? Because I press this down. I feel like this should never be called if. Oh, but wait. Yeah, I need to use the new system. Actually, what I need is that this needs to be get key. I don't want to check for get key down anymore. This is basically what I would do with the new system. Grom, welcome in. How you doing, man? Pretty sure it actually does under the hood, but it's been a hot minute. Never really checked under the hood how it works. I think while pressed in calls. While pressed it calls. But something must check for the pressing, mustn't it? Mustn't it? Is that correct? Mustn't. I think it is. Can I say mustn't? I think that is correct. Yeah, mustn't. It sounded odd. It sounded odd. What's up, Grom? How you doing? Hope you're having a good Monday. We are working on a little hint system for my game. And we'll see whether this works or not. It does take on every frame when pressed, but does not check it on every frame if the GUI bot is right. Wouldn't that be a delay though? Wouldn't that be like a bit iffy if it's like a competitive game where every frame might actually matter? Started to learn Unity, so check in who is streaming it. Oh, nice, man. Did you start recently? Welcome to the Unity Club. We are the best ones. Don't listen to anything Wakacha says. Well, none of us. I'm joking. We're just hooking up some pre-built systems like always. True Unity peasants get their hands dirty and hook everything up to update loops. Exactly. Same mustn't. Fairly old form. Unreal blueprints work with pre-made functions, so you are not wrong. True. Okay, this is not working. Because it's triggering both of them every frame. Okay. I'm clearly not understanding how this works. If the key is pressed down and like, as long as I hold this down, how can this ever be triggered? Because I understand that we get some loop here where this sets it back to false, so now this can trigger again. But then, like, if I'm holding this button down, this is a else if, this should never be triggered. I think I need to nest this. I think that might be the issue. I don't fully understand why, but I think I have to do this. We are gonna move you up here, and then I'm gonna say if the hint button, sorry guys, we do have some ads running. If the hint button is already pressed, then don't do anything, just return. And then I'm gonna make this a plain old else statement and check if the hint button isn't pressed, then I would like to return early out of this function. One input is event-driven, not tick-based. Does Unity input system trigger on key echo holding down button? Maybe that messes with it too. I don't think, like, now it's a little bit weird, because all of these, like, controller, that's my own class. So this is with the new system wrapped up as the old system, whereas here I'm actually using the old system. And get key checks every single, like, returns true while the user holds down the key. I think that will not be the case when I wrap it up with this one. Actually, yeah, because I can set the input to be on hold, which means I can make this, that would be the same as this being get key down. It's still like, it shouldn't really make a difference, but I think the logic, I think my logic is incorrect in that, like, else if there. I want to see if the nested returns make it work. Let me get rid of that. It still triggers both. Hint button pressed, hint button not pressed. And when I release, it doesn't trigger anything. How is that possible? Like, it seems like both of these trigger on the same frame. Like, the else statement should be checked, because the frame after this, the key will... Like, this gets key down is the moment you get it down. But at that point we should have set this to true. Oh, wait. Yeah. Which means that the hint button is pressed. So we should return. Like, this bool is supposed to save me from this, isn't it? Is my logic messed up here? Sorry, I don't know if you were in ads, Rome, but how long have you been getting into Unity? Are you working on anything specific at the moment? Unreal listens for input events while the key is held. Unreal continuously feeds a movement value each frame. You do not need to check is W pressed on tick. Yeah. The thing that I'm curious about is before that. Because Unreal listens for input events while the key is held. Like, what notices that the key is held? Like, somewhere, something must be checking every frame for that input, wouldn't it? I could very well be wrong here, obviously, but... I'm not going to read 20 pages of logic behind Unreal inputs logic. I'm already starting to forget Finnish words when I learn new functions daily. I know the feeling, man. Without reading anything, there's a decent chance Unreal's tick happens way fewer times than the input system runs. What are you trying to achieve with this code? Basically, what I want is that I want a hint button that publishes an event when pressed down. And important here is that I only wanted to publish the event once when pressed down, and publish another event once when released. That is basically what I want. Obviously, I'm checking for this inside of an update function. So I thought this would work. Like, if input, like the very first time, this is what I imagine. At first, is hint button pressed is going to be false. So when we get key down, that means that we're gonna return here, right? Nothing's gonna happen because we're not pressing anything. And then next frame, if I press this down, now we're gonna check, is the hint button pressed? Which it isn't, like we haven't saved it as pressed. So in that case, we should set this to true. And then we publish the event. Now this can't happen again, even if I keep holding this down or whatever it might be. It cannot publish this again, since we are going to return here. And the next frame, when we go into the else statement, we should return. Because as long as I press this down, if I haven't... Oh... Wait. Oh, no. I can't check if it's... No, I can't check get key down. It doesn't work. Because this will always trigger on the next one. But then, if the hint button is not pressed... Yeah, so I said... Yeah, okay, so if I do get key, this should work. I think that's the issue. Yeah, I think the issue is that I use get key down here. I thought it would still work, but I think that's where the... That's where my logic was a bit off. The thing about computers is, even when nothing is running anywhere, the CPU is still looping. Only thing I know, it does not take close to any performance, but I don't think this does either, right? Like this function, for example. Well, let's do something simpler. Like this. If you get the input escape, like if this is not the case, that like we're basically going to check this
the community to a marble race
and then just return, right? Let's do it, Lupo. So are you running the new or old input system of Unity? I'm running the new one. It's a bit weird, right now I'm running both, but this is what I normally do, which is the new system. Because controller.input is my own class in my own fancy namespace, which checks for a key action. So I basically, it's a little bit weird, I know this is a little bit weird, but I basically have a wrapper or whatever, so that I can use the new input system like the old one, if that makes sense. Rather than like doing stuff in the inspector and shit, I basically use the old, I use the new system, but I check for inputs like the old system. Right now, however, I am using the old system. This is like the legitimate, full-on old system, but this is just for testing purposes. It should work the same once I switch it over to this, as far as I'm aware. Didn't you recently switch to the new input system, Amisus? Honestly, I haven't used the old input system for a while, so not sure if that is the solution or not. I think it is. I think it is. Yeah, hint button pressed only. And when I release, hint button not pressed. Yeah, that is what I want. Yeah, I rewrote all shit to be more sophisticated, so I have fresh wounds. Shortly before I quit Unity, I was still temporarily using the old input system, so I never got into the new shit. I think the... I actually, like, I kind of prefer the old system. Like, the old system is very straightforward. I mean, hence, that is the reason why I use the new one like the old system, right? Because it's just very straightforward. It's it's very intuitive to just have a if statement, check for a certain type of input, and then do something if that happens, right? The reason I think the new input system is really good is for this. If you want to do like rebinding and stuff, that is just, it's just easier to get like a good system working in terms of like rebinding and stuff. So it wasn't until I decided to add key bindings and rebindings that I was like, you know what, I think it's time to update. I'm always kind of flabbergasted by how people struggle with the new input system. I actually like the new system a lot. I like it in certain ways, but it's something where, like, this might be... You could probably argue that this is more intuitive in some regard, but it's just more clicks and stuff. Like, at the point when you start looking into this, you already know how to make an if statement. So if you know, like, the 3 functions you can do with the old input dot, like, you know, get key down, get key up. Like, it's just, it feels more straightforward. I don't think that, like, the new system is, like, you know, it's not like rocket science or anything. But I feel like it takes more time to set up, and, like, you have to... Like, the reason why I now use this is because I don't need to open this window and, like, add a new action and assign a key and do this, and then... Like, here I can just do get key, if the key is H, it's done. Like, in that way, I think the old one is more straightforward. But definitely when it comes to, yeah, multi-platform or, like, rebinding and stuff. And also, if you just inherently prefer working in, like, the inspector and stuff, I feel like the new system is better. But in general, I've kinda grown to become the type of person who just likes coding stuff. Like, one of the reasons why I kind of prefer the like C# events, for example, is because I can just code them. Like, I don't need to sit there and assign stuff in the inspector all the time, if that makes sense. Rebinding did take its fair time to set up, though. That was a little bit. I think I almost spent a full day on the rebind system. Basically, with the new input system, you can just hook up to the actions themselves and do, like, help button actions started, cancelled, and that would solve your issue right up. I couldn't find that. Because here, if I do, like... Oh wait, did I actually have to go in here? It says hold, press, slow. Oh yeah, but I can probably do that through code, can't I? So I would just have to... Yeah, I would probably have to add something more here instead, wouldn't I? Because I think... Yeah, it's this part, isn't it? Input.action.cancelled. Yeah, that makes sense. I think that is how I could have solved it through here. Now, I don't know if I need to. This is kind of fine, isn't it? Because this works with what I have at the moment. Because this is... No, because was performed this frame. If it was performed this frame... I think this is get key down, isn't it? In old standards. Different from input action was press this frame. Now, it depends directly on the interactions driving the action. Oh no! What? No! Just all I will do is assign hold, right? And that makes it. That basically makes it into get key, by old standards. I think it might be fine. Fuck it, let me just try this. We're gonna add a new action. We're gonna call this hint. It's gonna be a button. And you're gonna hold it. Sure, let's try that. This is going to be... Hello? Can I... Thank you. But then I don't need to assign hold here, do I? There's also press. No, but that's a normal, that's like a click. Oh, but then now I need to add this to my input manager. This is what I mean, like, it just ends up, it's more work. Is this gonna save when I did it in play mode? I think it is, okay. Managers, input manager. That's fine. Where do I have this? Oh, it's in setup, isn't it? Event system. Nope. Here, control settings. Because I think that is what I check, isn't it? So let me catch up with chat. New system probably works, but the UX part of it is shit. Yeah, I do think it probably is fairly subjective, right? I think it's one of those things where it depends a little bit. Like, for example, I prefer doing programmatic animations over using the animator in Unity. I prefer using C# events over assigning like Unity events in the inspector. And I think like if you relate to that type of stuff, I think those type of people are probably more inclined to prefer the old system over the new one. Because it's just simple to do it through code. Whereas it's the whole thing like, I don't, the editor is a little bit annoying sometimes, just having to click through menus and do stuff. I just want to write a line of code and then it works. But like I said, I do think it is... I think it is fairly subjective. And I also think there are advantages to the new system. Like, obviously I'm using it, right? I wouldn't use it if I thought, like, across the board that the old one was better. Like, yeah. In terms of multi-platform rebinding and, like, the multiple input supports, like, all of that stuff is 10 times better with the new one. There was a tutorial on the Unity official channel for a new input system, but people in the comments were saying it's not the way to do it. Wait, what? There's a tutorial for the new input system, but people in the comments were saying it's not the way to do it. Oh, from like the Unity official channel? Oh, you mean like they were basically teaching it the wrong way? Also, C# events are performing better than Unity's events. Yeah, I'm not that surprised. If you don't need to have them in the inspector, it's always better to use C# ones. Yeah. And that's the thing, I just prefer not having... Because that means that when I want to understand what my code does, I almost only have to look at the code, right? Whereas, like, if I'm triggering a bunch of Unity events... Now I need to like jump back and forth between my code and my assigned like things in the Unity event, in the inspector, and it's like that part that I feel like somewhere it's just, for me it feels more straightforward. Just if I'm gonna code, I might as well do most of it through code. Obviously to some extent, I'm not gonna build my own fucking engine, you know, that's not what I'm saying, but... Rentwist, welcome in, how you doing? Love watching people in denial about how their lives are being overcomplicated by complexity and hold up the flag in support. It's great, wait, what do you mean? Yeah, it's like you're solving an issue that's kinda solved, but yeah, it honestly, so no judgment. You forgot my redeem, sir? Yeah, let me do it. Let's boot up the race. Let me just catch up with chat here. You know I'm biased, but I love how 2D, 3D hybrid looks on Unreal. Combat in my game right now is getting a little reworked, so I had to record from old build, but added a video to show you work. Damn, that does look pretty clean. Let's go. It looks really good, Wakacha. Is this like the random encounter hitbox or whatever? JRPG style? Yeah. Turn order. Your team's health points. Ooh. Ooh, that's very nice. The fact that the one whose turn it is takes a step forward, and when that happens, like that info, that data also takes a step forward. Like everything in the same direction. It's the same movement. I don't know, random little detail, but that's neat. Like clearly highlighting which information here is more important. That's a nice one. Effects look good too. Let's go! Ladies, gentlemen, did you know that you can share your stuff in the Discord? Join it. All the cool kids hang out in the Discord. Okay, before I forget it again, let's boot up a little marble race, ladies and gentlemen. And really, I do prefer to use C# events too. The creator of Minecraft said you're not a coder if you don't use your engine. Yeah, I heard that one. It was a while back now, no worries, man. I'm a bit slow catching up with chat every now and again. Being a coder doesn't necessarily mean you are a good game developer nowadays. Yeah, that's probably a fair point. I think it goes both ways, right? Like, I think someone can be a great coder and not a great game developer. And I think someone can be a great game developer without being a great coder. Does it help to have both? Of course. I would never try to argue against that. But I don't feel like they are literally like contradictory or whatever you want to say. Or no. You know what I'm trying to say. But I'm not using random encounters, I'm using Black Shadow mob that follows you, and when it hits you, the combat starts. Ah, I see. Mr. Lupo, which map do you want? As the challenger. We're also gonna boot up a prediction here, whether or not you think that Mr. Lupo will win the race. For anyone who isn't aware, this is a little side project that we made quite a long time ago. It's still a little bit unpolished. We might fix it at some point, but it's basically marbles on stream, but slightly worse than 2D. Teleporter, let's do it. If anyone wants to join, type !join to enter the race. The prediction is up, you have about 1.5 minutes left to gamble away your dear channel points. We got Shady Games in here, Dark Muppeteer, Lupo, Project Unfarmed, JD, Wakacha. Also, small little reminder here. This is the map that has a slight little bug. There's an obstacle here, like a diamond-shaped obstacle. I fucked up the layering, so it is behind the background. The hitbox is still there. If you fall down here, you will bounce on it. It does look a bit weird, but it's not rigged. It's the same for everyone. It's not like the item is only there for some people. Everyone has it. You just can't see it. It's fair. It's completely fair. 5,000 points on the challenger, 6,000 against the challenger. Fairly split at the moment, with about 15 seconds left in the prediction. He's lying, he presses a button when someone he does not like is winning. That's not true. Bet for Chirpy. Where's the betting options? They just finished. We ended up with 5,000 points from 2 believers and 6,000 points from 3 non-believers. Is this Unity 2D physics? It is indeed. What Elliot didn't show for me, sometimes you might have to click like more or something at the top, because I also have a pinned message. It took my points and is not in the betting. No, you are. I think you are. You show up for me as a... that you predicted. Ladies and gentlemen, is it time? If anyone else wants to join the marble race, type !join in the chat. Looks like a ripoff of Mystic Coda's Plinko. Yeah, I mean, it might be true that it looks like it, but it isn't. I don't think I know who Mystic Coda is. However, I am by no means gonna pretend like making a marble race game is anything unique whatsoever. I quite literally named this game Yet Another Game About Marbles. I think it's kind of fair to say that this is something, no matter what, that has been done a fair amount of times. But you know what? Even if they exist, it's more fun making my own one. Hypnotic Games, welcome in, man. How you doing? But there was 5,000 points before I betted. Who knows? Okay, that sounds a bit weird. I bet all my points in last race against myself and actually won. Are we ready to start, ladies and gentlemen? If anyone else wants to join, !join in the chat. Otherwise, we're gonna start in about 10 seconds. Linear's heads be calling this game Yagam. Wait, what? Oh, is that like a... Oh shit, we're going into the first teleporter. Lots of marbles getting caught by the fan there. We have Shady Games in the lead into the spinner section. Wakacha just barely making it past as well, but manages to take the lead with a almost perfect route through the Plinko section. But Hypnotic first into the swooshes, but does get caught up a bit more than Wakacha, as Wakacha ends up being the first one into the second spinner section. Yes, we're gonna do a few repeats here. We have the final section here, where Wakacha does get caught, but manages still to follow through. Oh, it is pretty tight though. Dark Muppeteer in the very last second manages to steal the win from Wakacha. JD does Dev third, Hypnotic, Amesis, Hypnotic, the double Wakacha, and the double Dark Muppeteer. Let's see who is our second winner, aka last place. I think it's the battle between Shady Games and Dark Muppeteer, but I think Dark Muppeteer has made it, so our second winner, aka last place, is none other than Shady Games. With that, every marble has crossed the finish line, so we're gonna end the prediction. Unfortunately, that does mean that the challenger, Mr. Lupo, did not win, so the points will be split amongst the non-believers. So let's end the prediction and get back to work. Thanks for playing, as always. See, press the button. I did not press any button. 16,000 points go to Wachacha. Okay, something weird happened. You are right, Wachacha. Yeah, now when I open the prediction, it says that there's 11k on the non-believer side. I promise, I checked after it had ended, and it still said it said 6,000. So I think something weird might have happened there. Arthur Shoots, how you doing, man? I got no points no more. Ouch. Okay. Was performed this frame? For example, let's say that an action is bound to the spacebar and that binding has hold interaction assigned to it. In the frame where the spacebar is pressed, input dot was pressed, this frame will be true, which is the button / key is now pressed. But was performed, this frame will still be false, because the hold has not been performed yet. Okay, that makes sense. Only after the hold time has expired was performed, this frame will be true, and only in the frame where the hold was performed. Okay, so this is not get key, this is basically... It's like get key down with a slight delay if you put it to hold. So then, does that mean that I'm gonna fuck this up again? Okay, shit. I think I am. Because that will be the same as saying get key down. It's only going to trigger once. And I think that is what kinda messed this up before. $10k from getting into the credits. I don't think you can redeem that one, Amises. Did you not already hit the supporter threshold? I think you did. Do exclamation mark supporter. Because if you're already a supporter, the redemption for credits will automatically be refunded. I hope my healing system won't bite me later, it's just negative damage. I think as long as you check they can't go above max health, I think that's fine. Don't quote me on it. Yeah, look at that. Officially a supporter, rank 29. You're already in the credits, man. Okay, nice. 110k from VIP status then. Okay, let me check this. I think this is fucked. Yeah, because when I do get key down, this triggers both. So am I gonna have to add some way to check if it also was cancelled? Controller.input. I mean, maybe I could. What if I do something like, shouldn't I do a public static bool input cancelled key code key action, and then we basically just fucking copy paste all of this. Oh, sorry. Key action. Return input.action, and then we just switch this to, what was it? Cancelled? Don't need those. What is this? This is like an event. Can I read this as a bool somehow? Yeah, that's the event symbol. In progress. Or I just check is pressed. Yeah, I should make my own, like, function to check continuously. That's probably another way to do it. Was performed this frame, was pressed this frame. Wait, what do we have here? Was released this frame. Returns true if the action's value crossed the release threshold at any point in the frame after being in the pressed state. Uh-huh. That sounds pretty good. That sounds pretty good. I think that might be what I want. Oh really? What did I do? You mean for your supporter percentage, JD? It's the prime sub. I think one sub equals exactly 19.97%. And prime subs are currently counted as the same as a normal sub. So it's the prime sub from today. Everything is clamped. I even have a system that the negative damage healing does positive damage if enemy has undead tag. But whenever something was too easy to add, it fights me later. 19.97 yang. Cancelled is an input action callback thing. No, it might be. I still don't fully understand callbacks. I'm gonna be honest, I don't fully understand why a callback is. So that might be the case. That would explain why I don't understand it. I linked my solution to dev help. Okay. Ah, yeah, this is lambda shit. Which I also don't fully understand. Input started, input cancelled. Interact action. So this is the... Oh, but wait, I don't have access to that here, do I? I think I need... Oh wait, what is a key action? Is this... No, is this Unity's? No, this is my own. Then I get input, that gives me an input action reference. Good thing that I like at least half understand what I'm doing. I think this is more of a refactor for me, isn't it? I feel like this should work, shouldn't it? It sounds right, at least. With the lambda function you can bypass the built-in context. It is that I use a bit with the tween system, but I still don't fully understand it. Isn't that kind of like functional programming in some regard? I feel like this might work. I'm gonna try this and see what happens. So now we can check for... Well, shit, I still need to set some stuff up, don't I? Also, if anyone needs help, did you know? You can ask for it in the Discord, as you just saw. Join the Discord. In here, in my massive list of inputs, I need to add... Ah, shit, I need to add it here as well. Where's that? Control settings. Hint. Yes, my input system is a bit convoluted. Yeah, that makes sense. So this... Or I know you guys can't see this. This is my list of inputs I have here, for some reason. The key action is hint, and the input action will of course be... hint. Okay, so now that is set up. Now we should be able to jump over here and switch this out to the new input system and say if controller.input and then control settings, key action, hint. If that one is pressed, I shouldn't need this bool anymore now. We should be able to get rid of this stuff. Because now this checks if it was performed this frame, so that should only trigger once. And then... couldn't I make this else if? No, I'm saving one frame. Who cares? If controller.input cancelled instead. Control settings, key action hint. Then do that. Let me see if this works. I feel like it might. The only time I googled the callback, it was somebody using a completely different way from the description. If you add every variable in your game to a single array, technically it's functional programming. That sounds like a fun workflow, man. Then as a prank you return the entire array as a value to Windows. Okay, wait, should we do a quick prediction? You're gonna have to be quick for this one. We're gonna do a 30-second prediction. Whether or not is this gonna work? Hell yeah, bruv. Oh, nah, man. So, if this works, we should only get one debug log when I press the key down, and we should get one debug log when we release it. I am fairly sure it's gonna work. I feel fairly confident. 500 points on no. People don't believe in me. You fucks don't believe in me. 20 points on yes. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. It was a quick one. Let's see, ladies and gentlemen. So we're gonna hold it down. Hint button pressed. Only triggered once. And then we're gonna release it. Come on now. This is the important one. Hint button not pressed. Only triggered once. That, ladies and gentlemen, is working. I don't think I need to do the hold action though. Like, this slight delay feels a bit unnecessary. Yeah. I think I'm gonna skip that one. That does mean that the correct answer was indeed... Hell yeah, bruv. So someone got a good return on the investment. 20 points bet. And then you're gonna get 500 back. Because this, ladies and gentlemen, was fully functional. Okay. So we should be able to wrap this up now. By getting rid of this. Getting rid of this. And this. We don't need this one anymore. Then we're gonna jump on over to interactable. We don't need the update function anymore. Instead, we need to subscribe to the event with hint button event on hint button pressed. We're gonna duplicate that. Gonna throw it down here. And we're gonna unsubscribe. And then we're gonna do a private void on hint button pressed. Hint button event. Hint event. If... Well, we're gonna steal this. Get rid of that. Throw you in here. I don't need to check for that anymore, just that's done through the input system. How do I want to do this? Thinking I should just tell it to be highlighted based on this. So if it's pressed, we highlight. If it's not pressed, we don't highlight. But then we also need to check if it's hovered. But that's only important when you don't press it. But this only matters if it is. So maybe I just do... I mean, I could actually do this. I could just check if you're hovered, then don't do anything. What the fuck am I doing? If it's hovered, then return. Is that not fine? Because if you're hovered, you should already be highlighted. Highlight, I guess. If you're not hovered, then you should be set to whatever this is. I think that's fine. Was in game testing something, so entirely a punt. Don't think you need to hold, that's mainly for things like holding the button down for 8 seconds to do things. Yeah, I think the hold is actually best if you use the same button for something, right? Like, I did that before. Before I had... like, escape. Clicking escape would pause the game, but holding escape would skip cutscenes. Like, in those cases, I think it made sense. Here, I don't think I need it. So, we are going to get rid of that. Just make it a normal button. We are gonna need some UI for this. We need to put this in so you can rebind it. Which I suppose means I'm gonna need a localization key as well. What should I call this? Show hints, maybe? I don't know exactly what to call this. Any ideas? So that seems fine. And if I hover something, that's fine. What if I hover you, press this? Ooh, yeah, that's an interesting one. Yeah, I can hold the button, but then if I exit... I stop highlighting it. The thing is, I think I might make an entirely new thing for this, so that I can even have a special color for it. So that I can have white here, but then maybe it still shows up as red if you press the hint button. Because then I can... Then I don't need to care about this whatsoever. No, I'm missing 109k from VIP status. Let's go. You don't have to trust me, but I can tell you that repeatable actions should repeat at an optimal rate when held. Kind of obviously a thing nobody does right. Oh, I see what you mean. I don't know if I have... Do I have anything like that? Because you mean something that would continuously trigger, or well, at a certain rate, if you hold it down. I don't think that is applicable here, but I do see what you mean. Like, it's basically, I suppose, a weird way of phrasing it is that it's the difference between, like, semi-automatic and automatic weapons in the game. Like, whether it should continue to shoot while you hold it down, right? You know what I could do? I could go a bit mad and even change the material to be non-lit. I don't know if I want to do that though, that might be a bit much. Highlight objects. What if I made a new one, like show as a hint or whatever? Show as interactable. I kinda need to save this though, so I can make sure that... No. Wait, highlight objects. No, that's fine. I think. I need to make sure that this can't interfere. That one happens on pointer enter and exit. Is hovered true, is hovered false. But there's some other event where I play with this, don't I? Yeah, when we switch states, but that's probably fine. Oh, I guess I can trigger this. Oh yeah, that's an interesting one. What happens if I hold this down and then I transition to a new room? It's probably fine. Sorry guys, we have some ads coming up in a few seconds. Appreciate your patience. But what if I do this and then I click here and then we go back? That looks fine. This is the problem. I cannot let... Which is... Both of these are gonna be changing the color. I do wanna save is hovered, so I can reset that when you stop. Yeah. When this action is cancelled, I want to highlight object and pause in is hovered. That's what I want to do at the end. Which means that I need to somehow check if the hint button is pressed down so that I can return here. Because I don't want to allow this to interfere with the color. Maybe we should add a new color here. So we manage everything at one place. Why not? New color called hint color? Sure. Then public static color hint color. Wait, where do I set these up? Typically people are always like, oh, we should allow the player to fuck this up on a regular basis, because that would be more fun. Okay, we'll figure this out. Let me just go and grab another kappa and I'll be right back. Cheers. And we are back. I don't understand why I set these static ones up. This is default color. The highlight color is not in there. Oh, load highlight color. I have a special one. Okay, whatever you say, man. I'm gonna pretend like I didn't see that. Hint color is equal to hint color. I'm gonna separate the highlight and the hint system. I think that is a good thing to do. Hint color, I'm gonna make you red. Brightest red. That's what we're gonna do. And then, over here. So, could save a bool in here. Could also temporarily set highlight object to false. I don't know if that's messy. Is that gonna interfere with this? It isn't. Is hovered will still be tracked, so I could actually do that. But then I need to make sure that gets set. I'm kinda scared about. I mean, I guess on disable I could trigger show as interactable false. Maybe. I mean, we're gonna want to do something fairly similar to this. But yeah, I think the reason why I might not wanna play around with this is because if an item isn't supposed to be highlighted, I probably don't want to show it as a hint either. Because if it's a proper interactable, it should be highlighted. So this one is a little bit tricky. But you know what I could do? One man, what is up? How you doing, man? If you want to show it and... Oh yeah, I have an idea. I can call a function in a ternary operator, can't I? No. Can I? Boom Trout, welcome back. My cat is being a dickhead. What is it doing? Have you guys seen that fucking interview? I only seen a clip from it with the Australian guy. It's so funny. Let me see if I can find it.
What's the advice?
Are you guys seeing this? What is this? That's not the type of... What the fuck? Do you not have volume sliders here? Thank you.
The advice you give to your younger self?
Spend less time with the kids.
Spend less.
Less time with the kids. They just waste your time.
I can't believe a father would say spend less time with your kids.
No, dickheads.
What's he saying?
Dickheads.
Dickheads!
Very fucking funny,
Thank
man.
you, Simon, for your interpretation.
Andy, what don't you understand about what he's
Spend
just...
less time with dickheads. I was absolutely blown away.
I don't know. I thought it was kind of funny. She has brought a mouse in and lost the mouse. Now I don't know where it is, and she's attacking me instead of looking for the mouse. Why is it always the most goblin-looking people on podcasts? I don't know. I feel like you need to listen to more podcasts. I don't know what to do here. I don't know, to be fair, I don't actually listen to that much podcasts anymore. I listened to way more podcasts before, but that's because I had more like, you know, normal downtime. Now I'm just at home working. And it's fucking, you can't code and listen to a podcast. If I'm doing like art, I suppose I could pop one on, but... hint color. This is the thing though, otherwise... Since I'm assigning here... Okay, I think I want to change this. I'm gonna make this if show and is interactable. Then I want object image to be set to color settings dot hint color. I want object image dot color to be set to that. Otherwise, I am going to highlight the object and pass in is hovered. I feel like that's the way to go. Call me brain rotted, but the only podcast I ever sometimes listen to is Joe Rogan asking every single person he can find if they have done CBD. I listen to quite a bit of like game dev related podcasts, like Game Dev Field Guide. I listen quite a lot to. Also, what is it? Game Maker's Notebook. So that's a little bit more like AAA focused, I suppose. I mean, they do have indie. It's like interview style, right? And they have indie game devs too, but then it's like, you know, if it's an indie game developer, then it's gonna be someone like, what's his name? Jacob Pope? Is that his name? No. It's something like that. Is it Jacob Pope? Like, you know, the guy who did Obra Dinn, and it's like, you know, obviously he's a indie game developer, but it's gonna be someone with a massively successful game, right? But those two, I think, are quite good. Non-game dev related. I used to listen to Joe Rogan, but it's been a good while. What do I listen to? I listened a little bit to Alex O'Connor's podcast. More like... I guess it's more interviews and stuff too, but more like philosophy focused. It can be pretty interesting. You know what I could do here that's a little bit mad? I could quite literally check. No, I can't. Can I? I could check if it is the hint color. If it's currently showing the hint color, then I want to return. Good job, I'm so stoked about my game. I always say shit like that, but it's turning out better than I ever expected. Let's go, man! Very exciting. Anything you wanna share, Boomtrout? Feel free to do so. Any links or anything? If you wanna post something visual in the Discord, feel free to do it. I find most of the game dev content people these days are, not nice word, comes not in twats. Who want to sell you a course. It's like get rich quick crypto bros now. Yeah, it is a fair bit of that. But I would definitely not say that about, at least not the podcast I mentioned, both of those I would recommend. Just one more like small indie beginner focused, one is more AAA. But I do know what you mean. Now, again, I should say, I don't know personally if I think there's anything wrong with selling courses, for example. Like, I think it's fine to sell a course if you want to, but there's definitely, you know, there's caveats to it, right? There's ways that people might do it, and obviously depending on the course as well. Like if the course is shit and you charge a shit ton for it, then, you know, that's a bit odd. Okay, I'm gonna do this for now. I think it's fine. If object image dot color, if this would for any reason, no, I can't do that. Ah, fuck. I was trying to check if this is set to the hint color. But what if someone changes the highlight color to be the same as the hint color? Nah, I think I need to track this. And I think I need to properly track this. Private bool is hint button pressed. I guess I should do a static one from the input manager as well. Oh yeah, fuck it, I'm gonna do this, it's fine. Okay, so now here I can say that if the hint button is pressed, then I would like to return. Don't ever do any highlighting bullshit. Otherwise, show as interactable. That's fine. If show and is interactable, set it to the hint color. In that case, is hint button pressed? Should be set. I guess I can do this up here instead. That might make more sense. On hint button pressed. The first thing we do... Wait, is hovered return? No, I don't want to do that. This should always be prioritized in front of the highlight. Is hint button pressed is equal to hint event dot is pressed. And I guess I can pass that one in instead, sure. Let's see if this fancy code works. There's nothing a course can teach you that the Unity website / some Indian bloke on YouTube can't tell you already. Yeah, I mean, I do think it's fair to say that there is a lot of free content out there. Now, you know, obviously the argument might be that if it's a proper, like, well-made course, it might actually have, like, a good methodology, like, you know, the progression through it, like, as in what you learn when and so on. Like, I think there can be advantages to having, like, a specific place for all of that. At the same time, you know, I also think this is subjective, right? Like, I personally, I wouldn't buy a course. But, like, I should also say, I wouldn't do a course if it was free either. Like, I just don't, it's just not my style of learning, right? Like, if anything, I kinda prefer just, like, randomly pushing buttons until I understand how it works. Like, it might not be the most, I've said this before, it might not be, like, the best way of going about it, but it is, like, the way I prefer to learn the most. And I feel like I personally learn better from it, so I do think it's subjective as well. But I also don't want to be the guy to say that, like, you know, just because something works or doesn't work for me, that means it should be the same for everyone else. Like, I don't think that's the case either, right? This is not working. It is not working. Houston, we have a problem. When is release date also? Not sure. I'm still hoping for Next Fest in February, short release, or full release shortly thereafter. But at the same time, you know, fucking hell, that means I should have the final polished demo out in like 1.5 months. And I have like, what, 2 or 3 months left to finish the rest of the game. I'm not gonna make no promises. I definitely have been making a lot more progress lately, and overall I have planned out much more of the content for the game, but I don't know, it's tricky. Obviously I earn on getting this game out as soon as possible, because, you know, every month I spend working on this game is, you know, more money I lose without like any big income. Not that I know that the game would give me big income either, but, you know, hopefully some at least. But the issue is also, it's like a balance, right? I guess it's almost like sunken cost fallacy in some regard. But it's like, I've already spent... At that point, I'm going to have almost spent like 1.5 years on this game. I feel like I don't know, I don't want to sit here afterwards and feel like, damn, I should have spent like 1 more month on it. It would have been so much better if I took like that little bit of extra time. It's a little bit like that thing where if I've already put like 1.5 years into this game, like maybe it doesn't matter that much if I do 1 year and 7 months either. I don't know, do you know what I mean? At the same time, this is a dangerous mindset, right? Because this is how you can easily get into like a slippery slope of never finishing your game. Because it's never gonna be perfect, right? Like, you're always gonna have that thing about, you know, if I spent more time, it could have been better. Like, that's always going to be true, right? So you do still have to logically know, or like, yeah, you do still need to logically decide like when enough is enough. So I don't know, it's a tricky fucking balance, man. I'm the same way. However, there's definitely a lot of things that I never learned doing it that way until I watch some outside content. Oh no, yeah, for sure. I think one of the worst things about being like, you know, mostly self-taught or like trying to learn stuff yourself, I think one of the most dangerous things is that you miss a lot of fundamentals. Like, in a lot of things, I might learn stuff that's technically like ahead of where I should be, but I've also missed a bunch of stuff, like basic fundamentals, and there is a good argument for why that might be bad. And I can say this about anything, right? It's the case with programming. Like, what, it's a few months ago that I learned what a constructor was, which I think is fairly basic programming. But, you know, I never had to use it, so I never had to learn it. Guitar is another one. Like, I can play some, like, fairly advanced, like, finger-style picking songs, but I also have these, like, weird muscle memory habits that are, like, objectively bad. Like, I hold my chords way too tight, where, you know, you shouldn't hold it tighter than you need to get a clean tone. So I will literally like tire my fucking hand out from just like holding chords, which is something that's now very tricky to get rid of, right? Because I've been playing for years and I never like properly learned how to, something as basic as like how hard should you press when you hold the chord. And Portuguese is the same thing. I probably know a lot of vocabulary that's like on the higher levels or whatever, but I bet you there's a lot of super basic words that I just haven't learned. Because when you learn stuff yourself, I feel like that's the advantage is that you can learn more fun stuff and stuff that's more relatable or applicable for your situation. But the disadvantage is often that you can miss some of the fundamentals. Okay, that is triggering, but the color is not changing. Bannerlord 6 Bannerlord, 6 years in development and it was still mediocre. Actually, it was a decade. Yeah, but imagine then if they would have done it in 3 years. Do you know what I mean? Static constructor on startup, very useful in RimWorld. Oh, wait. Wait, are you saying I can use that as a, whatever you call it, to not have to do this thing with 2 different ones? Am I understanding that correctly? Or not? Wait, constructor, but that's different now, isn't it? Maybe I'm misunderstanding. It might feel dirty, but wouldn't it remove a lot of complexity by checking in updates if the objects, if they should be highlighted or not, with is hint button pressed having precedence over and then is hovered? It would probably, but it would feel a little bit more dirty. That is also true. Because that also does mean that, I mean, I just know I should also keep some builds to make sure I'm not like unnecessarily setting the color. I mean, I don't even need to say it. I should say if the color isn't this color, then set it to this color if this is the case, etc. It would probably be more straightforward, to be fair. It feels like there's less edge cases doing it that way. With that being said, I don't know if I can be bothered changing this at the moment, at least. I think we are close. There's something I'm fucking up here. Show as interactable. What do I do here? Let's follow the thingy. We know this is working. Hint button is pressed. And I did set up this correctly, right? Public bool is pressed. Hint button bool is pressed. We assign that, and when it's pressed down, we set it to true. When it's cancelled, we set it to false. That looks correct. Highlight object is hint button pressed. So if you pause in true, we're gonna check. Oh, do I still call the old function? Ah, okay. Yeah, I don't want to highlight object anymore. I want to show as interactable. That's the issue. Easy peasy. Now, I think this should work. Might be some edge case here that doesn't, we'll see. I don't know. I think it should be fine. Okay, so using them normally, this seems fine. Doesn't care whether I hover or not, as long as I hold it down. If I hold it down, I hover, I release, then the object is highlighted. Highlighted, I don't know. If I have it highlighted, I press down and I go away and release, then it's not highlighted. Okay. That seems pretty good. So if I hold it and then I go away, and then I go back, there we have the issue. I suppose if I start holding down here, then nothing happens. Now I actually need to release and hold down again. Okay, so we need to do something on disable. I think I already do. Highlight object false is hovered false. So before we do that, the final thing we're gonna do is say, is hint button pressed false. That should make this work. And that's gonna override the color set here. Which is then when you call highlight object, this is false, so you're gonna set it to the default color. I guess I could just forcefully set it to the default color here, rather than even calling the function. I could just change it these and then say that the color, because it should, on disable, it should always be set to the default color. Let me see if this works though. RimWorld is another game I would like to try at some point. I mean, to be fair, I would like to try Dwarf Fortress as well, but I feel like RimWorld might be a nice little, you know, stepping stone in that case. Okay, so we're gonna hold this down and we're gonna go to new room. We're gonna go back. Yeah. That seems fine. So now we have a hint button. Should I make them flash? Like, just switch back and forth between two colors? Probably wouldn't be that difficult, to be fair. That's interesting. Ah, because they're not interactable, right. If I don't have a light on, they're not interactable. I was gonna say, if I hold it down now and then turn on the light, nothing shows, but that kinda makes sense. Should I fix that? It's a very small thing, but on enable, I could check. Oh no, but is hint button pressed is not gonna be true here. Because what sets that to true is this one. I might just not fix that. The fact that it, like, you know, if I interact with an object and it changes into a new object, that one won't show up, but I don't think I care. Do you think your demo is up to or out of date? I think It's always out of date. I think it's perpetually out of date. Like, what I'm trying to say here, you know, a bit tongue-in-cheek, but it's usually not up to date for more than maybe a few hours or something. Because technically, if I do one change in the game, you could argue that it's not up to date. I think my demo is at a pretty good spot. That is what I would say. It's not up to date, but I'm feeling pretty good about it. I do want to update it more for the next fest. There are gonna be some changes to it for the next fest, but I'm not too stressed out about updating it at the moment. I'm gonna make a static bool here called is showing hints, maybe? Okay, because now what we could do is go back to interactable. We can get rid of this bool here, and instead I don't need... Ooh, that's gonna be tricky though, because that could still be true. Which means that this is not gonna work properly. And that is another reason why I think... Oh, that's tricky though. Highlight object false. Because now I can't forcefully change this one. I basically want to make it so that you could theoretically play the game by always holding the button down. Dwarf Fortress is like RimWorld, but you can't control directly, you can only sort of guide your minions. Oh, interesting. Speaking of which, I'm off to play RimWorld, no worries man. Have a good one and thank you for dropping by, one man. Always good to have ya. I do need to head out pretty soon as well, and I'm gonna see if I can figure this part out. This is the current issue. On disable, highlight object false. I would need to check if the hint button is pressed. Unless I don't call highlight object if it's pressed. That is another way of doing it. But that's more lines of code. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? No, that's not gonna work either, fuck. Because I can't just set object image.color to default, because the image might be null, so I guess I have to null check that first. Yeah, I guess that's all I need to do, that's fine. So, up here on disable, I don't want to call this, instead I'm gonna say if object image is not equal to null, then set it to default color, and then set is hovered to false. Now on enable we can check the static bool and say if input manager is showing hints. If that's the case, then I want to show as interactable. That should make it so even if you go into a new room while holding it down, it should continuously show all items that you can click on. I'm kinda wondering, should I be a douche? Should I make it so that the collectible items don't get shown? You're never gonna be stuck because of that. It's just gonna make it harder to collect them all. Probably not. It's probably not worth it. If someone wants to use the hint system, that's probably fine. Highlight object. So now here we can check if input manager is showing hints, then I want to return. I think that might be it. Let's have a look. So, we're gonna wait for Unity to load. Boom. I'm gonna hold down the hint button. Everything looks fine. And now if I click on this... Oh, that's fine, because you're not interactable, so that's actually fine. So what if I do this? My inventory items don't get highlighted. You should be interactable as well. Not that they need to be, but... Okay, so I'm holding down the hint button and then I'm gonna smash this. Ah shit, wait, you're not interactable either, fuck. Ooh, no. Oh, that's a problem. Oh, I only checked if the image was a null. I didn't check if you're supposed to highlight it, which messes it up for... Okay. I understand. Invisible hitboxes get a bit messed up by this. It's showing him show as... why though? Because here, you're not supposed to highlight objects, you're gonna return. Oh, no, it's not that one. It's the on disable. Yeah, set it to default color. So if the object image is not equal to null, and if you're supposed to highlight the object, then I want to set default color. Think that should solve it. Then we should basically have a functional hint system. Obviously it's not a full-on hint system as in like, you know, giving you a precise clue as to what to do. But at least something you can use to like check in case you missed clicking on something. Those seem to work fine now. Okay. So what if we, for example, go in here, we hold it down, and then I flip this one. Ooh, that is still not working. Oh, now it is. It didn't the first time. Yeah, look. The first time it doesn't. I know why. I think this is a weird thing where I don't fully understand on enable. I think I need to put this in await or start. If set default color, maybe I don't do that. But wait, do I not have... do have my checks there. What do you think about having the flashlight color, the edge have the same color as the highlight color, while the button is pressed down? Now, when you say it, shouldn't that be the case? Or maybe I don't highlight it. Oh, I think I have some extra logic for the color on the flashlight. So that might be interfering. I don't think it needs to. Because I feel like the main purpose of this is to be able to see like if you missed some item or something. Let's see here. Deselect. Yeah, highlight object is false. I think that is because I also have this flashlight script, which I think handles the highlighting by itself. I pointer enter. Yeah, this one is handling it itself. Because I think the issue is that I need to change the color of the flashlight depending on if the light is on or not. Because it looks a bit weird if the flashlight is really bright when you turn it off. Because the flashlight is semi-lit. Because it's also a bit weird if the flashlight would light up itself, if you know what I mean. So I can't straight... Yeah, this one is gonna mess that up. I think I would have to do it custom for that one. I don't know. I'll think about it. Show is I'm gonna grab this and throw you into start. I think that is the issue. I don't understand why, but I don't think on enable always triggers like the first time it is activated. I feel like it should. Because I have a feeling that this is gonna work now. Yeah. So before the first time I activated a new object, it would not stay highlighted. Oh, but that's interesting. I never let go of the button. But everything in here did not highlight. Oh. I know why. I think I know why. Because I checked is interactable, which only checks for gameplay. That is a issue. I think... the current state, gameplay, and if any light is on, or if it's always interactable. Okay, so I'm gonna slightly change this. I'm gonna make it so... show as interactable. I'm not gonna check if you are interactable. I'm gonna manually check if the game manager.current state is equal to gameplay. Wait, how the fuck do I do this? Don't want to bad see too much, just for it would feel more immersive in a world if the flashlight had the same color. Might also be a reason to not do it. Oh no, don't worry at all. When it comes to game dev or programming, I don't mind bad seats. If anything, I think it can be very valuable. And you might be right, to be clear. It might feel more intuitive, since basically anything you can click on will light up. You could argue that this is less consistent in that manner. The only counter argument would be that the main purpose of the system is to show items you might miss. Or like something that might be... something you might have missed that's keeping you from progressing. The flashlight probably isn't part of that. So, I don't know. Can see it both ways. Will you be streaming anymore this week? Ostriches, it's Christmas week. I will indeed. I think we're gonna do... It's gonna be slightly special, because I'm not streaming on Wednesday. Just that's when we celebrate Christmas. So I think I might do bonus stream on Thursday, on Christmas Day. And then Friday as per usual. That is the current plan, at least. Oh, then all this code is wrong, you should do it my way instead. What's up, C-Stron? How you doing, man? I'm having like a brain fart here though. Wait, I want to check if it's gameplay or if it's... Oh yeah, so I do this. I just wrap this up in a parenthesis, that's how you do it, right? Or if game manager dot current state equals transition. So now, if either one of these return true, and if this is true, then this should be the case, yeah? I think that should solve it. It's gonna feel better, because now you never... Technically, you never have to release and like repress the hint button. Like, theoretically, you could play the entire game always holding down the hint button, and you will always immediately see the interactable items. At least if this is working correctly. But yeah. It seems to be the case. Fiera with the raid, welcome in, man. How you doing? What have you been up to? Anything you wanna share? Anything you wanna show? Let me know. Big shout out to Fiera, yet another game developer here on twitch.tv. Go and check him out, people, if you haven't. Shiminya, welcome in. How you doing? Was stuck with a huge bug. Oh no, did you solve it? For anyone coming in, if you don't know of me, I go by Mad Sherpy, and I'm currently working on this point and click puzzle horror game called Shroud of Gloom, which we fairly recently released the demo for. Currently been working on a new little hint system so you can check for interactable items, objects. But if anyone is curious, here's a little trailer for ya. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Go and check the demo out on Steam, wishlist the game, review the demo, all of that good stuff. It would mean a lot to me. I'm guessing bouncing on a ball streaming. I probably should do that. It is like kind of objectively better, isn't it? At your link Steam page if you like. Of course, man, send it. I'm doing quite well. I'm doing quite well. Kinda excited for Christmas. I didn't sleep that well, but other than that, I'm doing good. How you doing, Eshiminya? Those bugs are the best when you find them. Oh, you didn't find it? Sorry about that, man. So I hope I didn't raid too late into your stream. I know you usually go pretty long. Nah, it's fine. I do need to get out of here pretty soon myself as well. Hero's body is so big that even GPT got shocked. Pretty lit trailer. Thank you very much, Lazmat. How you doing? Welcome in. Sick trailer. Cheers, man. Can recommend bouncing. Here we have it, pollinate or die. Pollinate or Die is a fast-paced action roguelite set in a hazardous wasteland left behind by humanity. As one of the last surviving bumblebees, you alone can revive Earth's flora. Fight through swarms of enemies as you search for flowers to pollinate and bring life back to the planet. Look at that. Nice gif. Do we have a trailer? Ladies and gentlemen, we have a trailer. Let me check it out. Looks juicy, man. Pollinate or Die. So wait, are these... I assume these are entrances or exits, I suppose. So is that one of... Oh wait, is this... Do we have a little skill tree here as well? Of sorts. So is this the thing... is this like the equivalent of the doors closing behind you in Binding of Isaac when you go into combat? Like these viney things? Nice, that's I like that. That's a clever way of doing it. But yeah, basically to force you to stay in the room during combat. Like, is it the thing where if you defeat all the enemies, do they open up? I don't know what that fucking sound effect I did was, but you know what I mean. Nice, nice, I like that. It's a cool design. Got some boss battles. This looks fucking sick, man. I don't know if I have this on my wishlist. Let me check. I don't think I do I? I don't. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a crime. Make sure to wishlist and follow. Support our fellow developers. Here's the link again in case you missed it. Looks really cool, man. So see, are you two guys doing this? Piera and Anthony. Are you working on the skill tree right now? Nice. I kinda wanna make a skill tree. That's one of the... I have a few of these like random features that I just feel like would be fun to try, you know? Like a skill tree or like a... equipment. Like an equipment, like having equipment slots. Like that's something like... It's just a random... It's a very random thing that I'm like... I would kinda wanna try and make one of those at some point. Not even about like making any game, any specific game whatsoever. I just want to make like, I want to try making that system, do you know what I mean? Okay, I'm gonna snooze this ad. My in real life friend is doing sound effects and music, I do the art and code. Damn, we have the same exact setup, man. It is literally exactly the same. Bro, it's so annoying. Skill tree was the most annoying thing I've made so far, to be honest. It's so fragile. Interesting. It feels like it should be fairly straightforward, but then again, so does everything. Everything feels... It always feels like this is not gonna be that hard, and then it's like 19 edge cases you didn't think of. Parry the ad ease. What's up, Buckanon? How you doing, man? Welcome in. Best setup indeed. What are you working on today? I've been... what did we do? We started off doing something else. Yeah, I started trying out a new... cutscene, or like I made this scene where you can actually go into the car, but like at the manor, So I made a new perspective here where you see like half of this room, half of that room. Obviously it's like handcrafted, so I had to kind of throw all of this together. Hamster Hammer with the raid as well, holy shit. Back-to-back raids, ladies and gentlemen. How you doing, Hamster Hammer? What have you been up to? Anything you wanna share, anything you wanna show, let me know. I didn't know you were streaming. Let me throw you a follow. So I wanted to try and potentially rework my intro in the game. Because right now I made it so when you start the game, you are sitting in the car. But there's something that feels a little bit off about just sitting in the car when you first boot up the game. So I think it would be better to have the driving all the way to the manor and then you stop inside of the car, kind of. But the thing is that I have a document here that I want to play to read. So I did this first. So you read the document, you start the car, and then you would just end up, you know, outside of the manor. Like outside of the car. Whereas now, I'm thinking about doing this. So you actually stay in the car, and then this is where you would read the document, and then we like kick the player out, and like the proper game begins. Something along those lines. And then what we started working on was a hint system where you can hold down a button to see any interactable items. And I think I got that pretty much figured out. So if I press down H at the moment, every interactable object in the scene will light up. So you can clearly tell what is or isn't interactable. Theoretically, you could play through the entire game like this. Just keep the button held down. But I think it's good because the one thing, like, although it's a like fairly linear puzzle game, like the level design is fairly open, especially towards the end, when you like have access to basically the entire house. And I think this could be something that might be good to prevent someone from getting stuck because they happen to miss like one item somewhere. Like if that's the case, like, you know, it's fairly easy to just like, you know, hold this button down and fairly quickly just scan a room and see, did I miss something in here? But also completely optional, if you never want to use it, you can do that as well. I don't know. What do you think, guys? Yeah, I do game dev streams, crunching my NES Legend of Zelda style demo game for demo launch this coming Saturday. How goes your game? Let's go, man. Any links or anything you want to share, Hammer? Feel free to do so. It's going quite well. I did realize a new bug though. If I let go during the transition, everything stays highlighted and I have to press again. That's another one. What happens if I hold this down, I pause the game and I let go? Ah, fuck, I keep finding edge cases. Man. Okay. That's a bit annoying. Okay, let's solve the transition one first, because I think that's fairly easy. Sorry guys, we have some ads coming up in a little bit. Appreciate your patience. Did you have the map room color for missed items already? I suppose it's more ambiguous. It's more so, that is more for like unfinished points of interest, if that makes sense. It's not really, because that's not gonna show you any item. Whereas this new setup we made could literally show you a cupboard door you haven't clicked on. The other one is more like major points of interest, so if we go out here, like, it's gonna show you locked doors, for example. If we go... We go in here. It's going to show you like the clock, which is like a point of interest. But it doesn't show you like this, the fact that you can walk up to this shelf. So that's why I feel like those smaller things that someone might miss can more easily be found with this little hint system. I don't know. I feel like it should be a good thing. For like, especially for that thing where someone might just like miss a tiny... Like say that happened to be an important object and you just miss it because you stay in the room too quickly. Which has happened. I mean, I can show this. If we go to second office, like in here, for example. Like, I've seen some people miss this item, which surprised me at first because it's, you know, it is fairly out in the open. But it also is, you know, I think it's a disadvantage with the art style as well. It's like, obviously stuff is gonna blend together a bit more in like a 1-bit low-res pixel art style. But then if someone is completely stuck, if they fear that they might just have missed an item somewhere, now, ironically, this is not an item that would make you, that necessarily has to make you stuck if you miss it. But like something like this, you know. But it's very easy to quickly scan a room and see if there's anything you missed. Brent Brava, welcome in, man. That's a good idea, cheers. My daughter almost didn't click the hammer at all. Yeah, I've had it happen as well. I mean, I even had a playtester stop playing the game because he didn't find the hammer. No, I did make that one easier to find as well. Yeah, I feel like this should be a good addition. I don't know how obvious I want to make it though. I mean, obviously, I mean, I guess I just need a tool or like tutorial tip somewhere. Like, oh, by the way, you can press this button to see interactable objects. That is basically all we need. Which means a extra localized string as well, but it is what it is. Because I would not want to do what Forgotten Hill did. I think it's fine mentioning it. These games I find was a little bit... I feel like this is a little bit too intrusive, in my opinion. So in these games, this is the hint button, and it is always visible. And the thing that I don't love about that is that even for someone like me, who actually doesn't like using hints, it gets a bit harder when you're this like teased with the hint button. Now you could argue that it is the same in my game, because obviously at any moment you could press the button on your keyboard. But I think it's more so about the fact that this one is like, it's like staring you right in your face constantly. So as soon as you get a little bit stuck, you like instantly you feel like, should I just press the button? I don't know. Weird little tangent, but... So I think I might just do one tutorial tip and then never show it again. Yeah, I agree, I wouldn't like that button always there, yeah. I mean, obviously, in this game, I'm not a huge fan of UI elements at all. I've tried very hard to minimize, like, conventional UI items, or UI objects, whatever. Mainly because of immersion, right? Like, I feel like there's a pretty good argument for the fact that UI elements take away from immersion. So, and I think this game is one where immersion is one of the most important things. Especially since, you know, it's also a horror game, and I have the great disadvantage of making a 2D horror game. Where the, like, number one most, like, immersive, scary thing about any horror game is looking around. It's like looking behind you or looking around the corner, you know, stuff like that. Which you physically cannot do in my game. So like on a horror spectrum or whatever, I'm already at a big disadvantage. So I have to do whatever I can to try and keep it as immersive as possible. Is what I feel like, at least. Also just looks a bit cleaner, right? Rather than having like... Imagine if I did like World of Warcraft UI elements all around here. Just little mini-map up in the corner. All tabs down here. See your full inventory. See your level. You level up every like 3 rooms you go into. You get XP for solving puzzles. Pops up a little like plus 40 XP. That would be kind of fun. Fuck it, we're doing it. Scrapping everything. We are making this into an MMO. Oh, you know what we are gonna need to do though? We are gonna need to make it so that you can rebind our new little button, don't we? Which is in the control settings. We are gonna need a new one here. I don't have a key for this. It's been a while since I checked my localization table, so I don't even know which one is up to date, whether it's on the, or whether they both are. It might be. How do I want to do this? Fuck it, I'm just adding a new entry. Add table entry. This is going to be called... What should I call this? What is this? Flashlight 1 rebind action. Oh, is that... Ah, I see, I see. Binding... Let's see, no, I want this to change into the hint button. Binding should be age, I suppose. Display options, the same as everything else. That should be good. Question is, what do we call this? Unity also uses CSV to translate? Yeah. So you have this table, right? But then it's not nice to work in this one. Which is, for example, you lack a lot of the quality of life feature, like, you know, pressing tab to go to the next one, stuff like that. Being able to copy paste entire rows. So I set it up so I have a... I basically have a connection to Google Sheets. So I do all of the edits in Google Sheets and I send it to my localizers. And then I just press a button and I import it directly from there into Unity. It's really fucking convenient, man, I can't lie. You mean a highlight system? No, so this is for the hint system, which I guess might be what you mean with highlight system. I do have a general highlight system too. But this is like the This is like the button you press to show all interactable objects in the scene as a hint to make it easier. Something like that, you know. That is a little bit long though. Maybe if I do this. Chirpy Unity Bootcamp when? I'm gonna make a course. That's what I'm gonna do. And I'm gonna charge 800 quid for it. And this stream is sponsored by my course. Anyway. Interactions. You know what? I almost have to do it. That is pretty clever. I don't know. Like, I could just call it hints. I mean, no. I think I'm gonna do maybe show. The thing is that hints is a little bit ambiguous here. Have it ready for ya. Show interactables. Yeah. Show interaction hints. Did Unity support JavaScript in the past, or I'm tripping? I don't know. I don't know. I was gonna say I might have heard something like that, but I'm not confident enough whether that's the case or not. It did? Okay. Easy peasy, I know how to solve this. Just fucking steal it. What do other people do? Chance of Senna has the exact same type of hint system. What do they call it? They just call it hints. Here they say show hints. When they say hints on the button, oh, is this so you could change it to like toggle maybe? Like whether you want it to be a hold or a toggle. They just call it hints. Also, fucking amazing game, highly recommend it. Honestly, one of the best games I have ever played. I might be slightly biased because I'm a huge language nerd, but holy fucking shit, I enjoyed this game. Honestly, top 3 games I've ever played. Fucking fantastic. Later on, everyone, are you heading out, Boomtrout? You give the player a named ability like heightened perception, but something less lame. I don't know if I want to phrase it as a ability. Technically that's better, because you could argue that's more immersive, it's more grounded in like the game world, but it also is hard to make it not seem a little bit like a superpower or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Which I'm not sure if I want to do. But with your full-on sci-fi, we can make this diegetic. When you hold down the button, you see a pair of glasses slide down. Like, you know, new fucking meta glasses or whatever. And that's why, you know, stuff lights up. That would actually be a diegetic version of this. I don't know, I might just do show hints for now. Prefix menu controls. So menu controls hints. So I think English is going to be show hints. Portuguese, more like, can I say mostra dicas, maybe? Does that work? I feel like that works, but I could be wrong. I think that's fine. Let's throw that one in here. Swedish. Let's go. Visa tips. I don't know if I want to say that. Fine, just the annoying thing. The only annoying thing about this naming here is that I don't know if hints is like technically the correct term. I mean, it is in some regard, but it also might not inherently be what people expect to be a hint either. Do you know what I mean? Gotta head out, see you later. No worries, Frostan. Thank you for hanging out, and I'll catch you next time, man. Maybe ledtrådar. Visa ledtrådar. Maybe. More like show clues. Neither one. I don't like neither one, to be honest. Yeah, I hate both. I'm just gonna leave it for later, which means I'm probably gonna forget about it and it's gonna end up in the final product. Let me see if it actually works now as well. I feel like my reloading times is pretty long today for some reason. Okay, so that is working. We're gonna hop in here, go into controls, and I'm gonna say whatever this button is. Yeah, that is functional. We can now rebind that, and let's see if I go in here and I reset. Ooh, you don't reset, do you? I wonder why. I wonder how. Yesterday you told me about the boo-boos. How does resetting work here? I must keep a reference to the default one. I wonder if that is over here. No. Huh. Why are you not resetting? Oh, I know why, I know why. Never mind. It's because the the reset button manually calls each one. We need to add another event here, which is going to call this one and say rebind action UI, reset to default, move you up, and then last but not least we save key bindings. Yeah, that should do it. Let's rename this as well into something like hints. To be fair, that wasn't too bad. What, like a few hours we had the system working? I mean, the rudimentary version of it was almost immediate. Wasn't maybe as, you know, as sophisticated, but... Now you can reset everything. Noise, noise, noise. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna default this, no pun, to default color, and then try to highlight. So whenever I try to show as interactable false, we basically have a failsafe to make sure it always turns into the default color, and then if it's highlighted, blah blah blah, then we sort it out here. I think that's gonna solve the issue when they stay highlighted if I let go mid-transition. It didn't. Fucking both stay... I've let go of the key. So what is that? I let go before I switch rooms. Ah, I know why. Because of the input manager. You don't... Yeah, you only do this in gameplay. Okay. I'm gonna grab that. And I'm gonna do a... I'm gonna do a custom one. I mean, wait, do I even need to check for this? No. I don't. I can just make this always publish the event because these listen for it anyway. Which... Exactly, so else show object false, no matter what state you're in, if you ever let go of the key, it should always stop showing them as red. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna paste this here. We don't care about the game state. Let's gonna solve it by the note in the menu and everything. Yeah, I think this might actually solve all my issues. So, boom, let go. That's fine. Hold, let go. We're gonna show, pause, let go, unpause. Yeah. I guess I could even teach it here, to be fair. Rather than... Yeah. Rather than having a tutorial tip saying, like, fucking click on the document to read it or whatever. When you get here after the intro, that's when I could have the tutorial tip saying, like, press this key to see interactable objects. So presumably the player will press that one and realize that, oh, I can interact with the with the document. Maybe. It basically cuts down the amount of tutorial tips, to be fair. Very interesting. I wonder... I'm kind of intrigued to see how much people use this. I'm slightly scared that people are gonna give up on looking around too early and literally just start by default doing this every time they walk into a room. Not that that is like the end of the world. It might feel a bit less immersive that way, I suppose. I don't know, what do you guys think? What do you think in your case? How much would you use a system like this? Would you never use it? Would you use it all the time? Would you maybe use it when you're stuck? What do you think? Just out of curiosity. I would use it a lot, but I'm a bit dumb when it comes to puzzles. And it's gonna be interesting to see. how much people use it. Is there anything that it doesn't show right now that might be important? I think the one thing would be hidden hitboxes. So like the fact you can click here. But I'm not entirely sure what I would do about that. It's like, there's not really anything to have as a sprite here. Like indoors, it just makes a lot more sense. Like, you know, I just add the one line from the door, so it's not... Like, it is transparent in the middle. But I can still highlight the edge around the door. But I can't really do that outside. To be fair though, I've never seen someone actually get stuck because of it. Oh. Like, when people end up here, at most, they will, like, click on these objects and then go, okay, so what am I supposed to do? And then, like, 2 seconds later, they accidentally hover and realize, oh, I can walk. Maybe it would be good to try and minimize that. But I don't think it's the end of the world. Like, no one's stuck here for minutes because they don't realize they can walk. Oh, that is an interesting one. What if it was a finite resource? Like, maybe it costs something to use that recharges over time. That's interesting. Did not think about that. What the fuck is the Z position of my settings UI? 62? Oh well. Yeah, maybe. Have a little... should have a little bar at the top. That drains.
Itama head out for now. But I must leave you with words of wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
And you
Those are some very wise words, Jin. Thank you very much for hanging out. Go and have yourself a good night, man. Appreciate ya. I heard a song on the radio last night. I feel like I'm a better person now. That was some proper philosophy. At least I have to test spam clicking, because making the progress through spam clicking, I feel like is the worst outcome other than stopping playing. Yeah, that's probably a good shout as well. Like that there would have pushed me to try harder to figure it out on my own, yeah. Yeah, that is an interesting one. Having it be finite. Could even tie it to... You could tie it to the collectible items. The only thing that's a bit weird there is that those are like small items, hidden items you have to find. So the way to get help finding small items you're not finding is to find a small item that's hidden. That's the only thing that could feel a little bit like counterintuitive. Or we just do a proper, like we just do a timer. We just say that like you can hold down the hint button for, I don't know. I obviously would have to play around with this, but say you can hold it down for 10 seconds every 2 minutes. I don't know. That might be a bit too little, too much, however you want to say it. Well, basically, you hold this down. But then how do I show... Oh, then it's like the UI, how do you make it intuitive? Like, say that when you hold this down, we fade in a bar that slowly gets drained. When you release it, it will slowly start filling up again. But if you drain it completely and you then press the button, how do I give the player feedback that it doesn't work? Oh, I guess if it charges quickly enough, you're always gonna be able to turn it on for like at least like a millisecond. You're gonna see that like the thing shows up and it's empty. I actually think that's buffed, make the small item finder the hardest small item to find. Yeah, maybe. Like the good thing about it is that it does give a actual use case for the collectible items, so they are no longer like just a pure collectible. Not once again, I don't think that's necessarily a problem if they are, but I don't mind having a actual use for them either. What's up, Nymph? How you doing? Gamedevable, welcome in as well. What's up, you hot dog bean? How you doing, man? I think when it fully depletes, you shouldn't be able to use it again until it's completely full. Oh yeah, you could do that, like have like a buffer. Kind of like the, I don't know why this is the first thing that comes to mind, but like stamina in Dark Souls. Like, if you stop right before it's fully drained, it's gonna start charging up. So you can, you know, use more stamina. But if you fully drain it, it takes a few seconds, like before it charges up. Oh, so the small collectibles you pick up increase your total hint time? Yeah, pretty much. Question is... The only question is... Should... There are some things that are weird with this. It basically means that the better you are, the more hints you can get. Which is a little bit backwards, you could argue. Like, obviously it becomes a good reward. But also, like, the people who get the most time to use the hints are likely the people who need them the least. Do you know what I mean? But the things I like about it is definitely the fact that the collectibles get more of a use case. I don't know whether it should be truly finite though. I don't know if truly finite is the way to go, because that... Like, if someone has used up all the time and maybe they have even found all the collectibles that they can find at the very moment. like at that point they basically cannot use the system when they might need it. I guess you could argue that's on them for having used it all up. I don't know. You've been streaming for 10,000 hours or just a late stream? I did start late, but I really do need to get out of here. It's getting, it's fucking closing into 2 AM. What are you working on, if I may ask? We started working on this new hint system. So you can press down a key to basically show all of the interactable items in a scene. We also made it so you can get into the car. I do want to disable the flashlight in here, like you should hide that one basically. But I think it turned out pretty nice. And then we started considering whether we should make this finite. Because right now, you could theoretically hold this button down and never release it until the end of the game. Like, you could theoretically play the entire game like this. Or if you do it backwards and your hero starts with a larger maximum hint time, and each time you pick up an item it's reduced, but somehow it's tied to the story, so it makes sense. It definitely evens out the... like, who gets the time. Like, the people who need the time will have more of the time. But it's also... the only weird thing becomes that you basically... you could also argue that you get punished for finding collectibles, and that feels a bit odd. It's difficult. Every time a hint is used, send a goon to the house to start yelling something drunk at a window for balance. Yeah, I don't know. You could definitely do something where we even show... because in a scene like this, when you're holding down a hint button, I don't mind if it gets a little bit more conventional UI. So we could even do a little bar that literally drains as you hold it down. And then we just have like a slower recharge on it. But any enemies in the game? Yeah, I guess you could say that. Why does it say there's no combat loop? Yeah, there's not any combat. I think I'm gonna have to think a bit about this. Does anyone know of a game that has a finite hint system? I mean, I know some games that don't let you use hints, but it's usually timed the opposite way, where like the option to get a hint shows up later. Like, Mind of a Magnet did that, where if you were stuck on a level for like X amount of minutes, then you would get the option to get a hint. which sucks because when you get prompted if you want a hint, you feel like the worst fucking player ever. That's the only bad side to doing it that way. It feels like a little bit of a burn, you know? Oh, are you a bit stuck there, mate? Do you know what I mean? I'd recommend that if you have a hint limit, make it a setting and let players remove the setting. It's also, the tricky thing is like, if we have a setting to just remove it, in that case, what's the purpose of the limit, I suppose? To be fair though, I'm definitely on board with, I don't think it should ever be truly finite. Like, I don't think there should be a case where you run out so that you can never use it again. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, to be fair, it could be this as well. Like, Forgotten Hill did it this way. Like, that little hint button they had in the corner, you could press that whenever you wanted. But that was also a little bit tough, because I don't like using hints, but that almost made me use them more, because it was so obvious. At least here, I'm not going to have, like... It's not going to be a constant UI element asking if you want a hint. But I should definitely see people getting into the habit of basically going to a room, clicking this, going to the next one, holding it in, just constantly checking this. Which might not be like a true issue, right? But I think you could argue that it could also take away from the game. Like it could potentially ruin immersion if people actually stop exploring themselves, which this system could kind of be abused into, right? Because I don't have to pay any attention. Literally go in, hold the button, click on every red item. Is a balance, eh? Do you have any health? No. There's no, like, health points. Once I had those reveal thing in the ground, I felt like I spent the whole time pressing it, and it breaks the immersion. Those reveal thing in the ground. I'm not entirely sure what you mean, like the Hogwarts Legacy Revelio. About the longer you hold it, the darker the light gets, so it would give some immersion to the time limits. Yeah. What if... Rather than having a bar that depletes, maybe we literally make the color fade away. Check this trick out. Anyone can at any point Google your walkthrough. That is also true. But I do think there's a difference, because that still requires some effort. Very minimal, but it does require effort. It's not like immediate. I think the issue sometimes with a system like this is that it's so convenient that it might encourage people to use it more than maybe they would even like themselves. Like a good example of this is like pickpocketing in Skyrim. Like save scumming is kinda similar. I hate save strumming. I think save strumming ruins the experience of a game. That's my opinion. You can feel free to disagree, but that's what I think. But even for me, when I play Skyrim, it's pretty fucking hard to not do a quick save before I pickpocket some neat item from someone. Because it's like one click away to just... like, it's so easy to just do that save, so I know if I get fucked, I can just, you know, go back to the save and try again. Like, I hate doing it, but it's so easy to do it that it's like, it's almost hard to not do it. Do you know what I mean? I feel like that's kinda similar to what I see here, or like in Forgotten Hill, the game that had like a hint button constantly in the corner. That was also similar in the same manner that like... it... even though I did not want to use the hints, it made it hard to not do it, because it was almost like, it almost teases you to do it, do you know what I mean? Bring back the lantern battery and drain it when using the hint. That's a big brain move. Do you know the game Celeste? I do, I haven't played it. It has a assist mode, but before activating it, the game tells you that you're not getting the proper gameplay experience. Perhaps you could have hints on assist mode that can be opted into at any time. Yeah. It's true. I still haven't fully decided. Like, it is possible that we could do like difficulty. Generally speaking, personally, I'm not like super fond of difficulty settings. But you also do have to think about consumers, right? Because I think sometimes that my argument is similar. Like, Skyrim again, you can change difficulty at any time. If you get stuck on an enemy for too long, if you can't make it past it, it's very easy to just bump down the difficulty a few hertz and then try again. But at the same time, it does make it slightly less convenient, which could make some people play more like the intended way, maybe. I like how I spend like 1 minute trying to... oh, sorry. I spent like 3 hours trying to implement this hint system, and now I'm spending like hours trying to think of ways to make players not use it. Like fucking, what is this workflow, man? The abilities reveal the thing in the ground, I meant. Oh, okay, yeah, I see what you mean. Collectibles and stuff, yeah. Yeah, it's basically somewhat similar to this. Yeah, lock it behind an accessibility toggle. If people decide to use it all the time, that's on them. A pulse effect to fade rather than perma on when button held might be nice too. Pickpocketing in Bethesda games just literally doesn't work. Then save spam to chase through the original Fable, really bad, yeah. So if you selected a hint limit, would you have trouble not turning it off in the settings? Wait, if I selected hint limits, would you have trouble not turning it off in the settings? Do you mean turning off the hint limit? Now regarding Vector, would your mom or grandma enjoy hints that fade away or make them shit themselves in anger? No, yeah, so it might be a fair point too. Add achievements for finishing without using hints. Could do that. I think that would be the best option. If they want to beat the full game, so be it. I also remember the old Resident Evil games gave you a rank at the end of the game. That is lower based on save counts and game duration. Through this approach, you could rank your player's performance and reduce it with hints used. Yeah. You could have like a... You could have a bit of a buffer, say that like through a playthrough you can use the hint system for like 10 seconds without penalty. And then if you use it more, it will successively like lower the score a bit. Om du självmant ställer in en gräns för tips, skulle du kämpa med att inte stänga av gränsen? Också frivilligt. Oh, you mean similarly, you mean in regards to like me saying that these systems sometimes like tease you into using them? Yeah, I probably wouldn't be as enticed by going into... I mean, at the same time, like lowering the difficulty in Skyrim, that is just going in and changing a setting. I guess that is the same thing. I've definitely done that. For fuck's sake, this dragon is way too difficult. And then you just bump down to like normal or easy difficulty. I think a game like Jedi Survivors, which has puzzles but isn't a puzzle game, it makes sense to have time-locked hints automatically. So people like me don't get mad. Seems like I can't type today, no worries, man. Yeah, we'll see. We're gonna figure something out. However, ladies and gentlemen, I really need to get out of here. It's getting way too late. I was not supposed... I said I was gonna do a short stream today. We ended up doing 7 hours. But please stick around, let's see if we can find someone to throw a little raid at. Who should we head over to today? Let's go to JD Does Dev. He was here earlier. Let's go and show him some love. Yet another game developer on Twitch.tv. So if you make yourself able to fight the dragon, better or worse Skyrim? I think worse. I think worse, honestly. But I know that this might be, like, unpopular opinion or whatever. I don't think everyone agrees with me. I think that's fine. I think it's subjective in some regard. But like, if I think for me, I think Dark Souls would be a worse game if it had difficult settings. I think it would be even worse if you could change that setting at any time. I think that would have made me enjoy Dark Souls a lot less. Now, maybe that's not the best example, because like Souls, like a big part of it is like the difficulty. So maybe a weird example, but I still think it's like, because it's never as rewarding. Do you know what I mean? Okay, I'm gonna obviously snooze this ad. Let's get that away from here. Or we could all be thinking too much into it and just let the player determine for themselves if they want to use hints all the time or as little as possible. Yeah, I think this is the type of thing that you could just do some playtesting and kinda see how people seem to interact with it. Like, if 90% of playtesters start playing the game constantly holding it down, I think, personally, I think that's a bad thing. Then again, if like a few people use it now and again when they feel a bit stuck, I think that's completely fine. I mean, that's kind of the intended use of the system, I suppose. Well, that's like what I would hope to see. On the flip side, you have games like Metroid that have entire vision modes dedicated to seeing what's interactable, scannable. Yeah, I do think it might be fair to say that, like, seeing what is or isn't interactable might not be the same as like difficulty of enemies in Dark Souls. At the same time though, like I still think that exploration is a big part of the game. And if you would keep this button down all the time, I feel like you take away a lot from the exploration aspect. Pretty much this, as long as they're enjoying the game, does it really matter? Yeah, but this is where I feel like it's more nuanced than one might give it credit for. Because I think it's possible to do things that the player uses even though it makes them enjoy the game less. Right? Like that's my whole argument with like save scumming in Skyrim. Like I enjoy Skyrim less because I can do it. But still, I do it. It's very hard to not do it because it's so enticing to do it. It's so convenient and it just, you know, it's basically a very big reward for doing it, so sometimes it's difficult not to do it. But I honestly think I enjoy the game way less because of it. I miss the Super Nintendo days when 4 out of 5 games were unbeatable. I kind of agree. Like to be fair though, I'm very well aware that, you know, people might not agree with me here. But like more and more recently, I've grown to like I actually enjoy difficult games. I don't mind being stuck. I also think I might have more patience than the general player. Like, it takes quite a long time for me to get, like, annoyed at being stuck. Like, I can be stuck in games for quite a long time and still enjoy it, if that makes sense. And, I don't know. I think there is a certain type of enjoyment or reward that you get from stuff that is a bit more challenging. Other people use Krita for vector art, I use Canva. On a factual level, people who enjoy annoying games enjoy something that, in fact, is not a part of the game. You could strategically target this phenomenon, or simply enjoy the moral act of creating it. Nuance is an illusion. Yeah, do you mean like in the sense of that... like with Dark Souls, for example, technically it's not the game I enjoy, it's like it's overcoming the challenge of the game, which you could argue technically is like indirectly the game. Which might be fair, but still it's the game that encapsulates it still in some manner, right? Now that I understand the people that made shit games, I actually have a lot easier time beating retro games. Okay, I'm snoozing this ad as well. Get out of here. That was a big misclick. Can you guys hear me? Fucking hell. I just did a massive misclick on my Steam Deck, and I think it's fine though. I think it's fine. I just opened like 8 fucking windows with one click. Starting again, nice. Oh, fuck, did I restart StreamerBot as well? No, it seems fine. That's why I was comparing it to Hogwarts Legacy before. It has an ability to reveal all interactables around, and I felt like I had to use it all the time, and it made my experience worse for sure. Yeah, I think it's easy to assume that if players do something, it means that they enjoy it. But I think that doesn't have to be the case. Most Dark Souls fans hate the multiplayer. It's a wholly multiplayer-focused game, though. And I realize that the multiplayer is broken, so they are right to hate it. I agree that games had a weird balance, but I also acknowledge it's a kid's game. Had a difficulty setting though, right? I remember the combat being kinda hard to learn. Gucci never lost audio, that's good at least. Yeah, I accidentally pressed my initialize button, which prepares for the stream, so it opens like 3 browser tabs, sets up OBS and opens StreamerBot, it changes the setting on my light. I basically clicked one button to prepare for the stream, and it was like, not the best button to misclick. It's an interesting discussion though. It definitely is. I don't know. And like I said, I'm by no means saying that... I'm not trying to necessarily convince anyone. Like, I think it's fair to disagree with it, but personally I found that I really do... Like, I thoroughly hate looking stuff up. I hate getting tips. One of the reasons why I sometimes have a hard time playing games on stream, because, Twitch viewers do have a tendency to really want to give hints, and even if you say you don't want hints, they kind of want to slide them in between the lines, It happens quite a lot. But for me, I don't know, I found that, like, I enjoy the challenge, I enjoy the exploration, even if that means running around in Dark Souls for 3 hours not knowing where to go and just constantly checking the same areas over and over again to see if I miss something. Like, at the time that doesn't seem like something that should be enjoyable, but in the long term, for like the experience of the entire game, I find that it personally makes me enjoy it a lot more, rather than like, following a walkthrough or whatever it might be. Or like, just as soon as I get stuck, I'm just gonna look up where I'm supposed to go. Combat being so hard, it probably does come from the crazy Fortnite multitasking build skills. We'll see. I think it's possible that I might just leave this system as is for now, and then I'll just see how people interact with it. I think as long as like a majority doesn't start like heavily overusing the system, then I don't think it's an issue. And even for some people it might not even be a issue even if they overuse it. I think that's fair to say as well. But it's more like the grey areas that I'm concerned about. Like the people who might use it even though they don't enjoy it, if you know what I mean. Oh shit, ads. Okay, let's raid out before the ads get in here. Go and check out the demo if you haven't. Join the Discord. We're gonna head on over to none other than JD Does Dev. We're gonna do a quick outro here before the ads hit. Thank you all very much for hanging out as always. Thank you to JD for the sub today, Mothersheep with the raid, and Jin with the bits. Appreciate all of ya. We had a bunch of raids too, thank you all. I will see you guys on Thursday. I'll let you know in the Discord. Nonetheless, thank you all for hanging out, and I'll catch you next time. Cheers.